Before I even go into town, real quick. Alright, no new hunts. Give it one or two cutscenes, and I'll have more.
I'm going to need Otto's help.
What do I owe the honor? What do you want?
I'm just gonna make the Everdark. I'm just
Scratches,
not gonna
right.
equip it.
Anything else?
I'm missing one material for the upgrade.
There's something about it.
I don't like that. She feels like it's calling to her.
Still alive, I see.
I don't like that
Something
shit.
tells me that I saw on the horizon is your doing. How'd you manage that?
It's a long story. One that I'd rather only tell once.
Right. All hands on deck, then.
Like 45 or 46 hours.
Is this everyone? As I'm sure you've all guessed, the crystal which now commands the eastern skies was summoned by Ultima. He called it Origin. Though the significance of that name is as yet unclear.
What does it matter what it's called? Its emergence tore Twinside asunder and wiped my homeland from the map.
Sure did.
Mention of the Dominion spires can be found in the oldest of Valisthian records. But to the best of my knowledge, none provide any hint as to their true nature. That they would prove the horns of some slumbering demon. Well,
The Dominion's demise was at least quick. Elsewhere, the Republican army cannot hope to contain the chaos engulfing Randalar. Canberra is in flames, and the Empire.
Our allies are crying out for answers.
Which means
I've
side
sent the
quests.
curse breakers to give them what assurances we can, but right now that amounts to fuck all.
They wouldn't be able to stop what the skies have started in any case. People here and across the realm grow sicker with every passing day.
Could it be that this new Mother Crystal is like the others? That it draws upon the land's ether?
Take care, Creed.
It certainly looked that way from stone here.
If that were true, it would explain the hastening spread of the Blight since the crystal's appearance. Would it not?
And as the land's ether slowly rises to the surface, it pools, corrupting all who cannot channel its energies. Archaea above, ether floods below, and in the middle, here we languish, hopelessly entrapped.
It's all right. When we faced him at Stone here, Ultima told us his true power quickens in the halls of Origin. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to continue. If we are to stop him, we will have to find a way into the crystal.
How are we going to manage that then? It's up in the sky. And fast as she is, the Enterprise can't fly.
Yet.
It's a lot to take in, and I reckon we'd all benefit from some time to clear our heads. The answer will come to us. Don't you worry. Ain't that right, Clive?
Right. That's right.
Well, go on then. Bugger off. Same goes for you, Clive. You won't solve anything like this. Trust me. Go and get some fresh air, eh?
Thank you.
I know the perfect thing. Chat's way ahead of me. Alright, there are none yet. Another cutscene or two first.
Ultima may have created us, but he doesn't make us who we are. Only we can do that. And if he would have us fight for our survival, so be it. It's what we've been doing all along.
Much like Ultima himself, it would seem. His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall inherit the land. Should Ultima prevail, it will mean death for us all. Of that, we can be certain. But even should he fail, what world awaits us? A withered, godless place, where our newfound freedom will most like prove a chain in itself.
Well, that may be. But a chain can always be broken. As long as one has the will to break it. It won't be easy. It may take generations. Centuries of suffering. And that is if everyone plays their part. But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us.
Indeed. And what better world could one wish for?
But first, we have to reach that crystal.
Then it's a good thing I have wings.
You can barely stand, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. You certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember?
All right. I yield. But only what you must, yes? I'm still your sworn shield.
That you are.
And what of my wings?
Hey, Dion.
Lest you forget, you go to stand against a god. I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who had lost their power to you were still able to prime. Is that true?
It is. But their icons no longer submitted to their will.
Then mine will have to be stronger. That you both might save your strength for the battle to come.
You don't have to do this.
If you do, there's a chance you might lose all you have left.
And what have I but regret? My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima. He has much to answer for.
We are in your debt, Dion.
We can speak of debts when this is over.
He speaks like a man who knows he's not coming back. And has come to terms with that.
That doesn't mean that we have to, does it, Clive?
Time to talk to Jill.
Alright, let me feed my cat real quick.
I only hope she understands.
It's sitting right here, isn't that right, Aloha? Oh my god. Snuck up on me, pal. Buddy. Yeah, put food in your bowl. You too, Ivy. Still nothing on the hunt board. Story is definitely not too fast.
Come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea.
I don't know, I still don't trust Metia.
This is it, Jill. You know what I have to do. Why I have to do it. There's no turning back now. This is where our journey was leading us. Where it will end, for better or worse.
I could pray to Metia for you. But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive? You always are.
I did promise we'd watch the moon together.
I'll be waiting.
It's almost
Well, no hunt yet, but I see plenty of other stuff that just popped up. Alright, from a distance. Got it.
Something tells me this is no mere adventure story.
Hey, what's going on, Karen?
What is it this time, Torgal?
Holy fucking Jesus Christ.
Clive, my boy! Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved, but such are the times we live in, huh?
I would have done the same for anyone else.
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me, is the realm truly in as dire a state as Rutherford suggests?
From what little I saw, you were right to be worried.
I suppose I should have expected the worst. But I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might have things a little more under control. Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in short supply these days, and without it, the people are bound to lose their way.
we must move quickly. But where do we start?
True, the challenges that face us are many. But in my estimation, there are two key areas to be addressed before any other. The realm's armies and her larders. As you've seen firsthand, it's every man and woman for themselves out there.
Sure is.
Certain cities have banded together to try and maintain some semblance of order, yes? But such cases are few and far between. And yet, the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is unity. A unity that transcends even the borders laid down by our ancestors. In short, if Storm does not stand together, she will fall apart.
But how would one even begin to unite the realm?
The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those sworn to maintain it. Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggle of privates to dig a latrine together. But I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion. Field Marshal Eugen Havel.
I thought he was retired.
He was, until an Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the rank and file. There is no man alive more capable. Literally. And as luck would have it,
You know what? I'll take a technicality.
Of course you have.
And he's agreed to help. On one condition. That he first speaks with you personally. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principle. And he has certain qualms about clasping arms with, well, with an outlaw. I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course, but the old goat was adamant that he be allowed to appraise you in person. You don't mind, do you, my boy?
No, I'm good.
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. I'll do whatever it takes. And if the Field Marshal wishes to speak with me in person, then so be it.
That's the spirit.
I'll leave for Randalar at once. Would you send a Stolas?
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dalmekian capital. I'll have him tell Havel to expect you forthwith.
Excellent. Thank you, Uncle.
No. Thank you, Clive.
The question is, how long will Ivy stay here before she rips my skin off while she's making biscuits? Ow, the answer is not very long. Ow, the answer is now.
Clive.
Joshua, what's wrong? And don't say nothing.
You can't say nothing. I saw an exclamation mark over your head.
Nothing. I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will. Or something akin to it.
His will? How? Where?
In the crypt beneath Roswell Castle. After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience. I have been meaning to go, but would you join me?
Of course.
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter as much as you do.
Very well. I am ready to leave when you are.
Who is Will? This whole game is about Will. I don't even know who he is.
Sid, do you have a moment?
By all means.
It's my old master. Seems there's no escaping her. She found some way to send me a letter. And something else. Records from a Waluda prison. Seems they were keeping a lot of bearers there.
How did she come by such a thing?
Finding bearers always was her strong point. And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. Foreign captives, the masterless. Bearers no one would miss. And even better for her. Bearers with no one to look after them. When ether started lapping at the walls, the jailers fled.
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever happened to come along next.
Sid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust by now.
You have.
And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to Waloed, I can't let those bearers die in their cells. I'd rather risk shipwreck on the Shadow Coast than leave them to starve.
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we're going to navigate the Narrow.
Does that mean...
I'm making an exception, but we travel together. And we stay no longer than we have to. Ash is an inhospitable place at the best of times. We save as many as we can, and we leave.
Thank you, Sid. There was a name in the prison register. A name from my past. Chadwick. Another of my former master's protégés. A gifted soldier, and the closest thing I had to family. The thought of him held captive in that place.
He must be very important to you.
He was. Is.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in the shadow of Ravenwit Walls, just beyond the portcullis. We should head there as quickly as we can. I only pray there are still bearers alive to save.
As do I, Doris.
Ivy's loving this.
Sid, I was wondering if you could help me.
It depends what with.
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the Cursebreakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could oversee this one's evaluation.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout. Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for in those who'd fill his boots.
Sounds reasonable.
So you happy to oversee the boys' test, then?
Yeah, I'll do it.
One can never have too many scouts.
Truer words, Sid. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in readiness.
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present. I'll await you there.
I gotta look away from the camera. Are you trying to leave? Is that what's happening?
Northreach.
Just changing your angle, or are you trying to leave?
I suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer.
With you, Ivy, I can literally never tell. Man, you want to know the worst part? I mean, so I say worst part. I don't actually mean worse as in bad. I mean worse as in a realization that needs to be made. There's quests in other places. I feel like that was probably obvious to most, but yeah.
What do you think happened to Miss...
Sid, you have to help us.
With what? You didn't take apart another of Mid's contraptions, did you?
No. Well, yes. But that's not what we want to talk to you about.
It's Miss Mididol. She's been acting strange. Very strange.
In normal mode, 50 is the level cap,
Barely
yeah.
ever around.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there. Her head's in a crowd.
In the clouds.
That's what I said. In the clouds.
Well, she does have a
What
lot
about
on
in
her
the
mind.
squalls?
When did you last see her?
Not long ago. Right after she got back from saving you from Stoneir.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take quite a battering on the way there and back.
You didn't break it, did you, Sid? You really should be more careful around Miss Mididol's inventions. Don't listen to her. Even if you did break the Enterprise, you could put it back together, couldn't you?
But who's gonna put Miss Mididol back together? She seems really sad.
I'll do it.
Why don't I go and see if I can cheer her up?
You do that.
They think I could put it back together? Do they not remember what happened last time?
Scare him. It's not a real dungeon.
Thanks for the warning.
Is this below me? Yes, it is. Well, wait. One of this is, but the other one isn't. Alright, directly above me. Got it.
Ned, if you have a...
Did I scare you?
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right here under my arse all along! If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will.
To the skies?
Making an airship.
You aren't trying to give the Enterprise wings, are you?
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. They're worried about you. Is this really so important that you need to shut yourself away from everyone?
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm, and that's with the sea beneath her. But what if she weren't bound to the waves? What if she weren't bound to anything at all? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so I'm gonna do something about it. The Fallen had a chance, but they relied too much on magic. And see where that got them? But not me. I've discovered how to do it without. Well, almost.
I had to make sure I didn't drop
to make
one.
a prototype.
And is that a one-woman job?
Are you volunteering? I'll have you know the Enterprise is my baby. But if a godfather's offering to lend a hand, I'd be happy to take it.
Yeah.
First, I'll need oil, and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the Tub and Crown. Refined stuff, like they make in Ordil. Then I'll need some bone.
You want something from Ordil? Okay.
Like, strong, preferably no longer attached to the beast it belongs to.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the curse breakers will know where you might find some.
No, they'll know where you might find some. You're the one who offered to help, remember?
She's got a good point.
I'll speak with one of the curse breakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
No, this is not New Game Plus.
Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
I forgot you could even go all the way to the top. I don't think I've ever been up here.
I will not let them be forgotten. Sid, may I have a moment?
No.
Of course.
It is an honor to finally speak with you. My name is Herman. I've been with the Cursebreakers for some time now, and I wish to be deployed to Ash. Any assignment will do.
No. The lands across the Narrow
No.
are too dangerous. I will not send good men and women to risk their lives needlessly. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. Something important. I was raised in an orphanage. The Badbach Conservatory.
Bach.
Or rather, I was held captive there. It was not a place of nurture. It existed solely to turn bearer children into mindless weapons. We were tortured until we feared no pain. Tormented until our hearts turned to stone. And few ever survived long enough to become tools of the last king.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many. I can't even remember all their names. But they must be remembered. They cannot fade away, faceless and forgotten. The Institute was run with military precision. Every child measured, every name recorded, every death logged with meticulous care. Sid, allow me to travel to Ash and recover the registry so that my brothers and sisters might live on.
You were a good friend, Herman. But the fact remains that Ash is simply too dangerous.
I'll go.
Sid, please. Even should it cost me my life.
Too dangerous for you, Herman. But not for me. I'll go to Bad Bach and find the registry.
You will?
I won't let you risk your life.
I wish the name of this quest was Bad Back and Beyond.
You can start by telling me where I'll find this orphanage.
The Grace. Hidden in a forest. overlooking the plains.
I wish that was the name of the quest.
I'll see what I can find there.
May the mothers guide you.
What do you mean? You mean where's the follow button? Which I can easily show you where that is.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project?
Why does... I swear I turned that setting off and it turns back on. Although I turned it off for combat stuff. Toggle. Yeah, where's the subscribe button is more like it.
Pining for something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there?
Food.
I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf.
That's
Torn
not
away
true.
from his icons and all.
The subscribe button's still there because it asks
Sid
if you
would
want a
always
gift or
tell
do a
him,
tier 2 sub.
You want that iron gone? You find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he were looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
No, now it's a
Indeed.
memory.
You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you? You want me to go with you somewhere?
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend to him.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
Where to then, Torgal?
It's gonna seem lazy, but I'm doing it. It's faster to get to the other side of the hideaway like this. At night, Ivy and Aloha both sleep against my back.
All right, Torgal. Where are you taking me? I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless... you've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west, toward Rosaria. Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years. To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
Alright, that's one. I'm gonna do all the side quests. Hello, Vivian.
Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy.
What are you talking about?
Please. You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I asked. It's only right that I return the favor. Or at least attempt to.
You are too kind.
Mm-mm.
Alas,
Side quests aren't bad at all.
what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had
You
any
mean what does
inkling
Shiva's
as to
feet
where
do?
another copy might be found.
What them feet do, though.
But perhaps it is
It's
best
an
that you hear the
omnidirectional
details
dodge.
from him.
That also freezes if you precision dodge with it.
Forgive me, Clive.
Or does
for
a
asking
small
this of
freeze
you.
even if you don't.
But this book, it set me on the path to becoming who I am today. Its importance cannot be overstated.
Yeah, the side quests
All
aren't
right,
bad
Sid.
at all.
Come to buy us around, have you?
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next project. You've encountered your share of beasts on your travels across the realm. Any ideas?
Most bones are the same. Whack 'em hard enough and they'll break. If it's durability you're looking for,
Just don't whack
shell
my
will serve
bone.
you better. You know what an adamantus is?
Sure
I
do.
And I know to give them a wide berth. Will any old adamantus do?
Well, with shells, the older the harder. There's a rumor of an ancient adamantus down in Karava, near old Bidza, or what's left of the village anyway. But don't expect to make quick work of the bastard. There's a reason it's lived as long as it has.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, because it hasn't met me.
Twinside's hundreds of leagues.
The early side quests introduce you to characters, the mid-game side quests expand on them, and the late-game side quests finish their plot lines. And there have been some very good ones. The Theo one was...
Ah, Clive, my boy. What a pleasure it is to see you.
Harpocrates. There's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
And you seek a
Better
rare
from a
journey
distance
pleased,
than from the far reaches of hell.
whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet
Yeah, well, too
gather it
fucking
did
bad.
naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Coveters of Secrets. A clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden texts and technologies. One such text being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history of the enslavement of bearers.
That one
A
was
tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known. Or, so rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing, or even set eyes on it for that matter.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why, secrecy is the executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions, or people, before disappearing again, leaving nary a trace.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found it.
By the hand of the executors, yes.
But what drives them? Self-interest or ideology?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders. Any answer I give would be pure speculation.
Then my hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin air?
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the executors are rife among the scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the strait. I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes, upon which subject we would oft correspond. Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. And no doubt he too has turned. But though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves, quietly awaiting discovery. If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library, I know his soul would rest easier.
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed,
which I will
I'll
soon,
be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
When I see the word far and I think of the word book, I think of From the Far Reaches of Hell. Which is, you know, not a great thing to default to, but yeah, so be it. Alright, so the Dame has one, and then there's also one right outside town. Octopath is always on my mind. It's one of my favorite RPG franchises to come up in recent years.
She'd be testing this recruit.
Well met, Sid.
Big fan.
This is the Initiate. Ember, present yourself.
At your service, Master.
Please, just Sid. There are no masters here. Your life is your own.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Sid. The Sergeant says you'll be evaluating me at my trial.
To become a scout, yes. You are aware of the dangers inherent in that role.
I am. But I swore I'd face them. Just like the man who saved my life.
Who would that be?
Gav. It was him who found me and freed me. No magic, no support, just one man and his nose. Came and sniffed me out. It taught me what one man can do if he puts his mind to it.
Damn right.
And I've been training ever since, so that one day I can be someone's saviour, just like Gav was mine.
I'm sure he'd be flattered. You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions. Stick to this path and you'll make a fine Cursebreaker.
So, what? Have I passed?
You haven't even started yet. Now listen. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all their sightings in a logbook. You are to find it and bring it here.
And bring it here, right. Anything else?
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the logbook would be quite sufficient. You will need to assess the situation, determine a point of entry, create a distraction and effect an escape, all without being discovered and thrown into an Imperial oubliette.
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything. It's essential that you know your limits.
Know my limits, right. I won't let you down.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out. But keep a weather eye on him all the same, would you?
On my way.
No, we're just going to watch over his test. However, I'm going to grab the quest from the Dame first.
A fortress?
Do you see anything you like? And a fine, fine day to you.
Yeah, I bought Narkeshian from you. You've made more than enough money off me.
I would speak with this Duke.
I saw the captain just now.
Your town needs you.
This has got to be a follow-up to that other quest.
Do you have a moment, Clive?
Based on her tone, definitely the follow-up.
It's the Duke.
Yeah, the Duke.
Unsurprisingly. His
The Dick.
Eminence has assumed full control of the garrison and put every able-bodied man to work on the fortifications. The town was left all but unguarded, so Philippe was compelled to form a citizens' watch to fill the void. And though my dear boys have been characteristically willing to assist him in this, they want for bodies. So I was wondering if you would lend them your strength, that the people of Northreach might sleep easier, if only for a few nights.
course. Whatever you need.
Thank you, Clive. What would I do without you?
Good question.
Philippe told me he had men stationed at...
Where can I find the mistress of this establishment?
Here,
Hey, it's
my
you.
lady. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
My name is Sabine, and it is my displeasure to be the daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme, who I understand is causing you and your town no small amount of trouble. I wish to speak to you about what might be done.
Very well. Let us speak. I trust you'll forgive me, Clive.
Absolutely. Our conversation can wait.
Please, proceed.
As you know, my father is a most overbearing and supercilious man, and I join you in objecting to his every action.
Cool.
Indeed, I owe you my thanks for continuing to argue against his reckless plans. Yet I fear he is not one to be swayed by reason. No. He must be made to face the consequences of his actions.
And who would make him do this?
I would. Myself and several other like-minded individuals. Were you to join us, we would surely have the strength to drive him from Northreach for good.
Does that not seem a trifle... drastic?
Drastic action is precisely what is called for. Unless you are content to see your people downtrodden and dispossessed. My father would have it that citizens exist only to serve the Empire. That they should be forced to make every sacrifice to ensure her revival. But he is wrong. It is not the people who must serve the Empire, but the Empire who must serve her people.
Oh, hi, Ivy.
He's always been like this. Scornful of the opinions of anyone he judged beneath him. But he cannot be allowed to ride roughshod over the common folk any longer. We must fight him by all possible means.
Fight him? No. My purpose is to quell the tension in Northreach, not to stoke it.
Fair.
Respectfully, my lady. Our only chance of saving this town depends upon every one of us uniting against our common enemy. Your father and his
Or I
followers
go kill God.
While I understand your frustrations, I cling to the hope that he may yet be won round.
False hope, I assure you. But I see that your mind is made up. I shall bother you no longer. If you will extend me the same courtesy, I bid you good day.
She certainly has spirit.
Indeed. But unfortunately for us, that spirit is only likely to harden the Duke's resolve. Which
Welcome
may
to
be
side
enough to seal
quests,
the fate
Ivy.
of this town. Not that she cares. This is all about her and her father.
Families.
I'm sorry, where were we? Ah, yes. I was about to tell you of Philippe's plans for the town watch. But perhaps it's better that you heard them from him. I believe he's in the market, if you'd be so kind as to seek him out.
Right away.
It's just a pity I cannot join you. I'd like to see the two of you in action together.
Giggity. Kind of action we talking about, Dame, because I'm not down with him, but like you're pretty cool. Anyway. Chaos.
Your town needs you.
Yeah, we've got a lot of side quests to wrap up before finishing up the main quest.
What does the dame have to say about
So you are content to abandon the...
So you're going to everyone I know.
I beseech you.
There are no more hunts on the board at the moment, but I don't know if that's all of them.
That's exactly what I am doing, milady. Or trying to, at least. The land is crawling with fiends, and someone has to keep watch.
Even when our true enemy is hiding in the garrison? Fine.
You're making things
You're
worse.
the only able-bodied man in Northreach. Thank you so much for your help.
You're just as bad as him, but you're on the other side of this. But thank you for the 19 months, Priz. Thank you for supporting the stream.
Could hardly get a word in edgeways. Like father, like daughter, eh?
Yeah, that's what I was
You made
thinking.
an uninvited appearance at the Vale earlier. hoping to convince the Dame to join her in fomenting rebellion.
I bet that went well. Her ladyship seems to have a way with people. Anyway, what brings you here?
Our mutual friend thought you might welcome some help.
Oh, she did she? Right as always. In fact, you're just the man. We've had some reports, you see. Sightings of, you know what.
They're back.
Seems that way. All over, too. We haven't been able to confirm anything yet, but if you're willing, you could go and see what's what.
Right. Where should I look?
You know Grieger's Weep? One of the sightings places them somewhere on its shores.
I'm on my way.
Thank you, Clive. I'll look into one of the other sightings. Let's rendezvous back here later.
Alright, perfect. Now I can go out there and do both quests. And then come back and hand in both quests.
Run like the wind.
I got 4 levels to gain, and I'm hoping these quests will do the trick.
Damn it. The reports were true. I need to stop them before they get to the town.
Yeah, don't worry. I think the stopping them thing's not going to be a problem. So much money too.
Call that a test, Ultima?
Clive, it's me. Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I am. But it seems the reports were true. The thralls have returned.
Bioorchestrion
I dispatched
rolls.
the few that I found, though.
Well, there's something, I suppose. But what were they doing south of town? They all came from the north last time. We might be able to fend off an attack from one side or the other, but from both?
Do you have eyes in the north?
Some. I should probably go and have a look, though, just to be sure. You head back to Northreach. I want you there just in case war breaks out while I'm away.
What do you mean?
Her ladyship's been busy working her magic on the townspeople, stirring up ill feeling towards her father. But she'll have her marching on the barracks if we're not careful.
What? This is exactly what the Dame was afraid of. I'll do what I can to calm things down. Be careful out there, all right?
Don't worry, I'm not like you. One sniff of those things and I'm running back to town screaming blue.
Good plan. Ivy, chill.
Do you not see, Father? The people of Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine. Where would our people be without their country, hmm? The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without fear. And now she teeters on the brink. Without their sword, how will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin? Can the unarmed stand against the advancing hordes? No. But there is yet hope. a new shield, a new sword. A new empire. We can rebuild Sandbreck, just as Great Grieger wills it.
Perhaps we could, Father. But we don't want to. Not if it is built on the broken backs of the people.
Please, let us not quarrel in the street. You must see that no good will come of this. Our fight is not with each other, but with the threat that draws ever closer to our gates. A threat that your sword has yet to rid us of, Your Eminence.
You will hold your tongue, whore. You may have filled my daughter's head with your heresy, but I will not be corrupted.
Corrupted? Your daughter's opinions are her own, as you would know if you had ever deigned to listen to her. At least I hope they are your opinions, and not posturing born of a family feud. Northreach deserves better than that.
Northreach deserves better than you, Carla. Yes, I know who you are. The slut of Twinside who bedded a Branded.
Oh, this dude's dying.
Jealous, are you? That a woman might choose a bearer over a pious man of Grieger.
Clive! I met a swarm of thralls coming south from Oriflamme. Hundreds of them. Too many to count.
No. Work on the fortifications has scarcely begun. We will retreat to Caernarvon and there make our stand.
No. We're defending this
Did
place.
you hear me? That was an order.
While this is but a heartfelt plea, let us make our stand here and protect our homes. Protect those that we love. Together, for Northreach!
Yeah, fuck you, Duke. Dick.
You heard the dame. What are we waiting for? Pikemen to the gates. Archers to the roofs. Quickly, come on!
But she is but a common...
whore, yes. And we'd follow her to the gates of hell. The men have their orders, and they look like following them. I got them spaced out at regular intervals. Whichever direction the thralls strike from, there'll be someone there to meet them.
Thank you, Philippe. Rest assured the people will play their part. The herbalist has donated her stock of medicines to me. Should any of your men be injured, take them to the Vale. We'll see to them there.
Thank you, milady. I will.
I'll play my part too. You still want for numbers. Unlike the enemy. I only hope I can go some way to evening the odds. Philippe, can I leave the south in your hands? I doubt the thralls by the lake were the last of their number.
Of course. I'll lead a party down that way so we don't get taken by surprise. What about you?
I'll make my way up the road to Oriflamme. I fought a few of these things. Well, I can't promise to hold them all back. I should be able to thin the herd.
No, I could hold them all back.
But take care.
Thank you, both of you.
You can thank us when it's over.
Till then, madame.
Time to go wipe them out.
Bring our wounded here.
Still have to go do that other quest. These quests are gonna take a hot minute.
There is
So many of them.
The dude that's like 9. I could.
Not for long.
That's not that many. I was actually hoping to stay over that, but that's fine.
Is it over?
No!
No. It's only just begun.
God, I love the Shiva dodge. You know why I think a lot of people are going to take the Shiva dodge? It functions exactly like R1 pretty much. And for type A, it's on circle. And it freezes.
That looks to be the last of them.
I think Bahamut and Shiva are going to be popular
Wonder how the
because
others fared.
they both involve dodging.
Better hurry back to town.
I didn't expect to like Bahamut. Bahamut's a little weird because I hate sitting there waiting for Bahamut to be charged. But considering I just have to make sure I actually dodge shit, it's not the worst. Odin's going to be very popular.
Clive, it's good to see you.
And you. The road to Oriflamme is clear. How did you and your men fare?
Well, we ended up fighting for our lives down by the lake. Took a few nicks, but nothing the girls of the Vale can't put right.
Glad to hear it.
Well, it seems we've survived. For the time being, at least. I thank you both for answering the call.
You were right. And I was wrong. About everything.
Yeah, we know.
I had thought that the only way to unite the people was under the banner of Empire. That without a strong hand to guide them, they would drift apart. To be borne hither and yon by the eddying currents of fate. But you brought them together. Not by force, nor by the exercise of goddess-given authority, but by simply being one of them. By knowing what they feel, because you feel it yourself.
Our purpose was ever the same, Your Eminence. You were merely distracted by a loftier vision of empire and glory, while our eyes beheld matters closer to home.
You have the right of it again, as did you, Sabine. His radiance said it himself. Sanbreque is naught without her citizens.
I forgot that. And I am sorry.
I'm sorry too, Father. I should never have taken things so far. I only wanted you to understand how the people felt. How I felt. But my anger got the better of me.
Do not blame yourself, my dear. This was my doing. I should have listened to you. To all of you.
Your Eminence, your Ladyship, I do not doubt that you came here with the best of intentions. But I believe the same could be said of us all. We all want safety, security, prosperity. Not just for Northreach, but for the entire realm. And we may yet achieve it. If only we work together. Will you join us in this?
Yes. We shall.
Thank you, Your Eminence. Now that that is settled, I must go and see to the wounded. The Vale's doors are always open to any soldier in need of relief. And today there are more than ever before.
Madame Isabel is a rare soul indeed. In these dark times, I see that it is not men like me who should lead the realm, but women like her.
You're right. If only I'd listened to her when I had the chance.
Forgive me for saying so, milady, but you still do. The dame said it herself. We can turn things around. We just have to work together. And that goes for you, too. You're one of us now.
One of you.
Well said, Captain. Let this be a new beginning. Not only for Sanbreque, but for us.
Well, since there's nothing more to be done here, I should see if Isabel needs any help moving the wounded.
And then I can go do the other thing.
There's no need to worry any longer.
I saw several soldiers being carried to the Vale.
How goes the treatment of the wounded? I'll be happy to man one end of a stretcher if it would help.
You've helped quite enough for one day, Clive. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Oh, but I must. After all you've done for this town, it is the very least you deserve.
Tell me, if Northreach had fallen, what would you have done? A woman of your means could find a home anywhere in the realm.
Probably have died defending it.
I sense you would rather have died here.
Mm-hmm.
It's a long story.
For you, madame, I have all the time in the world.
Very well. Long ago, I had a life in the Crystalline Dominion. I was Carla then, courtesan to the nobility. So sought after was I that it was only they who could afford my time. Alas, those halcyon days were not to last. For naive as I was, I fell in love with a bearer. He was my master's guard, the gentlest man I have ever known. After they discovered us together, he was whipped bloody and forbidden from ever looking at me again. And so we fled. Not that we had anywhere to flee to. We wandered, aimless and starving, half dreading, half praying that the next day would be our last. Until we found ourselves here, in Northreach. It was the Vale that took us in, that fed us, clothed us, and healed our hurts. Those that could be healed, at least. My love was already too far gone.
He passed away.
He did. Not long after we arrived. But at least we were able to share a few moments of peace before the end. It was the greatest gift I have ever received. But the generosity of this town and her people did not end there. The men and women of the Vale supported me through my grief, shared in it, though I was still a stranger to them. They treated me like a sister. And so I swore that I would always do the same. That I would return the kindness that Northreach showed me. That I would repay my debt to the Vale.
Thank you, Isabel, for sharing this with me.
You're a lot like him, you know. Perhaps that is why I have such a soft spot for you. Never stop fighting, Clive. And I shan't either. I know that it will not be easy to keep Northreach together. But our efforts will be rewarded. Just look at us now. The people, the soldiers, even the Duke of Oriflamme and his daughter. All united in defense of this town that we have come to call our home. And what of you? Can we count on your support too?
Always.
I'd like to remind you, pretty sure that's only the first quest I've completed out of every single one that I had. Ah, there's the other Orichalcum at least. I think that lets me finish the sword now. I think that's... No, I think I was missing a dark steel.
This the last one?
Just a little further.
Will you lend me a hand? There are still injured in the bar.
One down, many more to go. Gonna be live late today. Strap in. We got a lot of lore. And then after we beat that, they're going to be like, and now for the world of Ruin. Be like, I thought it was already ruined. What are you doing? I mean, the side quests themselves will be easy. I'll breeze through them in a sense that, you know, they're not going to be, like, difficult.
These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready. Or maybe not.
That was short-lived.
Damn it. Ember, draw your sword!
I can't!
Then run! If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
Hey, Aloha. That thing's fucking dead.
Ember, are you... Gone. Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is, then.
Let me grab the loot first. I came up here before and just neglected getting this. Because I was like, I don't want to kill the enemies right now. Well, that mob also doesn't have much resistance for Will. Wicked Wheel's more than enough on its own.
The garrison said they'd taken them.
Yellow, how you chomping?
I didn't expect you back so soon. Where is Ember? How did he fare?
I thought I'd find him with you. He must have fled. I followed him to Eastwatch, where I found him being set upon by a wild Avis. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. I had to step in and take care of things. But by the time I had, he was nowhere to be seen. I assumed he'd set off in your direction, but apparently not.
I'm sorry, Sid. I knew the boy had a nervous streak, but he seemed like...
The right man for the job? I believe this is the logbook you tasked me with retrieving.
Hey? How did you... Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your skin.
What? Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has you there, Nazaire. And he did it.
He made a distraction.
But Sid,
He did what he thought was best. And now I have to decide whether I agree.
Of course. We'll await your evaluation back at the hideaway.
Depends on how intentional it
Yes,
was.
Sergeant.
Did he expect that I was going to be sent after him?
This won't be an easy decision.
Sure it will be. Don't kid yourself. Yes, it will. Alright, I'm going to go to Audil real quick. Take care of this quest. That quest was much shorter than the other one.
It's well. After what happened here, it's a miracle there was any left at all.
More oil.
This should be enough.
Alright, and then that means I can go over here. This is the Torgal quest down here. Hey, boy. Hey, boy.
It's still here. After all these years. Lots more than I remember. And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy.
Torgal.
I wasn't being serious.
You two go on without me. I doubt that boat will hold a third.
If you're sure, we won't be long. Hop in, boy. This place changed it all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on. Race you there? I bet I could still beat you. Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal? Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. And Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here?
Thanks, boy. The Sword of Rosalith.
My sparring sword. Well, well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal, for never giving up, for never forgetting. Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either.
He buried something over there, too.
That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal.
Maybe he just wants to look out off the side of the cliff.
All right. I'm coming. I think I know where we're going. People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home.
My boy. Torgal's attack potency. I wonder if that makes him more formidable. Like, considerably more. Because he doesn't really do a whole lot of damage, so I wonder how much it actually...
Sorry for the wait.
Like, increases.
We're ready.
Alright, took care of all that. Alright, this is probably the follow-up to the guy being ejected from the town for being a bearer. Mm-hmm. Wow, you haven't left yet? Holy shit.
Here to help me pack.
Yeah, I'm surprised you're not gone yet,
I'll be
Lubor.
traveling light. I'm almost finished already, in fact.
You're really going to go through with this, then?
I am. But before I go, there is one small issue I'd like your assistance with. Well, two, in fact.
If it's within my power to help you, I will.
It's the children. I refuse to let them share in my disgrace. And if I leave them here, they surely will. Our friendship would see them ostracized forever. But I can't take them with me either. I can think of only one place where they are certain to be safe and provided for and loved. The Hideaway.
Of course. The children would be more than welcome.
Thank you, Clive. I will not forget this.
Lubor, are you still here?
What is it, Ferda? You look pale.
There's been a flood in the Velcroy, a damn big one. The League of Outlaws encampment was completely submerged in ether.
What?
That's not good.
Every last one of the bastards has turned. And they're headed this way.
Bandits are one thing, but Akashic
'Cause he's
bandits
a bearer.
are quite another. The town guard won't stand a chance against them. We need to evacuate. There's no time to lose. Ferda, gather the men. The Akashic may strike at any moment. We must make ready to cover the townspeople's escape. Well, what are you waiting for?
Yes, my lord.
Clive, change of plan. The children stay with me for now. I need you to find Conrad and Natalie. Tell them to prepare for a full and immediate evacuation.
Understood.
I'll do what I can to convince everyone else. Wish me luck.
Lines in the sand too.
You have to listen to me. They're coming.
Yeah, of course it is. He also lied about not being one his entire life to all of them.
Ah, it's you.
What do you want, Lord Underhill?
To pass on an important message. There's been an ether flood out in the Velcroy. The camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathering has been swallowed. They're no longer just bandits. They're Akashic now, and they could be here at any moment. You need to begin preparing for a full-scale evacuation right away.
Oh, do we? And who was it who gave you this
Ferda.
disturbing news, might I ask?
Lubor, perhaps? The man spreading the same poison out in the square as we speak. You may believe his lies, my lord, but we know better.
No, you don't.
But why would he lie about something like this?
Some twisted attempt at revenge, perhaps. If he had not been unmasked, he may well have been elected our leader. A great honor for one of his kind. One he might well feel aggrieved at having been denied.
Lord Underhill, forgive me, but it has become all too evident where your sympathies lie.
Yeah, for your fucking
Lubor
survival.
cannot be trusted, and neither, therefore, can you.
You may not trust me, but for the sake of your people, ask yourselves if there is any chance that this is true.
There isn't. You can be certain of that.
Say Ferda's the one who told you.
You're making a mistake.
Come, Clive. If our words will not move them, then we must find another way to...
Oh, I know of a way to help.
You're right. Let's speak to Lord Ferda.
I think we'd better shut up.
What's Lubor raving about now?
He's trying to save your stupid lives. That's what he's raving about.
Lord Ferda.
Sid, what's wrong?
I went to warn Conrad and Natalie about the Akashic, but they wouldn't listen. They've convinced themselves that nothing Lubor says can be trusted.
The bloody fools.
Which means the town guard can't be counted on for support. But I can. If there's anything I can do to help you defend Dalamil, you only have to ask.
I appreciate it.
Sid! Ferda! I've been looking for you everywhere.
Victor? I thought you'd left.
I couldn't abandon a friend in need. And Lubor is in need at this very moment. Come quickly.
He's trying to fend them off himself. Don't die, Lubor.
You have to believe me. The Akashic are coming. They don't eat. They don't sleep. They don't tire. And they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There won't be no parley, no mercy granted. We may have saved the town once, but this is different. do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me. If you do not run, you will die. You will all fucking die!
You'd like that, wouldn't you, bearer?
Yeah, with us out of the way, your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves.
You should run!
Run, bearer!
Yeah, run!
Run!
Far, far away!
Run!
Just go on. Yeah. Yeah. Come on, then.
Why are there so many rocks?
Lubor, wait. Someone's coming.
Stop! You're hurting him!
Yeah, now you feel bad, huh?
What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems, and he keeps all of you safe. You know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad?
And what about your counting table, Natalie? Who fixed that?
Whose men make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty?
Who spends all day, every day making sure things run smoothly round here?
Cody, thanks for the 5
None
months.
of you ever say thank you. Ever.
But did Lubor ever complain? Well, does he ever stop smiling?
He keeps this whole place going. And you act like it doesn't even exist.
Lubor, we've heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
So tell us, how do you propose we deal with these Akashic of yours?
Well, Clive's here.
We won't run, but we will fight.
All right, then.
No, Pox, thanks for the 26 months. Thank you for the Prime sub. Hey, I love Prime subs.
Gather round if you don't want to die.
They have an army. We have a Clive.
Allow me to explain the situation. The ether flood occurred near the village of Cheratina, deep in the Velcroy. The place had been abandoned for years, until the League of Outlaws decided to make it their base of operations. Now they're all turned, and if the scouts' reports are correct, heading in this direction.
They are mindless monsters, driven only by hate and rage. And they are utterly unpredictable. With the bandits, we at least knew how and where they were likely to attack. When these creatures come, Dalamil will have the bitterest fight it has ever faced on its hands.
No, I'll just demolish
will
them.
muster at the north gate. The rest of us will take the south. Both forces will provide men to serve as scouts and messengers, ready to spread word of the size and nature of the Akashic force as soon as it is spotted. And as soon as it has been, We will converge on its position and see that it is driven back from Dalamil at all costs. Conrad, can I count on the support of the town guard?
Always.
I leave the selection and coordination of the messengers in your hands, Victor. And the command of our men in yours, Ferda. If you would both be so kind.
Consider it done.
As you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the townsfolk barricade themselves inside the bathhouse. And tell the merchant not to waste time securing anything beside the essentials. Preserving life is our one and only concern. As long as we survive, it doesn't matter what trinkets we might lose. Our riches can be regained. And if anyone doubts that, let it be known that the Briar's Kiss stands ready to cover any losses.
Very well. I shall tell them.
Where do I fit into this plan?
Kill bad guys.
Where else but the most perilous place of all?
Thank you.
I would like you to travel to the home of our erstwhile League of Outlaws, Cheratina itself.
You got
The
it.
host is most likely still there, and Dalamil will not be safe until it is eradicated, root and branch.
A little gardening. How pleasant.
I doubt it. I have a feeling these weeds will be particularly stubborn.
Luckily, so am I.
So you are. All right then, we all know what we have to do. Now it's simply a matter of doing it. For Dalamil.
Easy.
Looks like everyone's ready.
Oh, nice. Shortcut.
There it is. The flood.
But what's waiting for us inside?
Bad guys.
We can't leave a single one alive.
I actually almost got that projectile. Wasn't even properly aiming for it, but wide around that square. Come on. Alright. Didn't time that as closely as I thought. I don't get the whole Sometimes you just gotta stop messing around.
The League is disbanded. I should get back to Dalimil and see how the others fared.
I'm sure they fared fine.
All the Akashic we were able to find have been dealt with. Seems that might be the last of them.
For now.
Last of them here, perhaps.
Lubo, Clive has returned.
You can call me Sid, doesn't matter.
Clive! What news from Charatina?
It's done. Root and branch.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Thank you, my lord.
No, I'm finishing up side quests.
Friends, the Horde has been driven back. The Akashic have been defeated. And we need not fear the arrival of any more, thanks to Clive.
Who cares? Everyone else calls him Sid. Who gives a shit at this point?
We bloody did it.
We saved Dalimil.
The world's gone to shit. Who cares about outlaws anymore?
Lubor, allow me to apologize. After all you have done for this town, we should never have doubted you.
But we did. And for that we are truly sorry. We only hope that you can forgive us.
No, that's incredibly strange.
Dalimil needs you. So,
Considering it's all one audio source and not separate audio sources.
You have our backing.
You do remember that I'm a bearer, don't you?
We do. But that is not a stain on your character.
Well, I'm glad you
It
got
is a
over the
stain
racism.
on ours.
We got there.
We thought only of what we perceived bearers to be, not what you truly are. The man who saved Dalimil twice over.
Yeah, no problem.
I see. But I will only accept your proposal on 2 conditions.
Name them.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power to rally your people to my cause. If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership, it will be doomed from the start. Unity is the key to defending Dalimil, and I do not doubt that we shall need to call on our combined strength again. When that time comes, I will expect us all to pull together, just as we did today.
Of course. You have our word.
And secondly, you will accept that if I am to lead you, the mistreatment of bearers must end here in Dalimil. Any bearer within our walls shall be afforded the same rights as any other citizen. They will not be judged by what they are, but who they are.
As we failed to do, and came so close to losing everything.
We agree to your conditions. And we have only one in return. That you continue to work for the good of Dalimil, as you always have.
Condition accepted. Well then, it seems my mayorship is all but confirmed. Do I get some sort of special hat?
But I like your wrap for your head. Give this man a top hat.
Fickle fate can be. Not so long ago, I had resigned myself to leaving Dalimil in disgrace. And now, I find myself her leader. Here. For everything.
Lubo, about the children.
Fear not, you are of course relieved of your responsibility. I would sooner face another horde of Akashic than see them brought up as outlaws. I'll make sure they're safe here.
I don't doubt that you will. And not just the children. but everyone in Dalamel.
I'll do my best. Can't have all your hard work going to waste.
Alright, now I've got that quest to the south. I think this will be the closest. So it looks like the ones that aren't part of the towns are a lot faster, because these are finale quests for 3 of them. The rest of them, well, I mean, some of them are, but like the Torgal one was really short, for example.
Faster.
No mistakes.
Oh yeah, no, the whole world is, I mean,
Carava.
Look around.
You were a tortoise, Torgal.
It's been ending for a while now.
Where would you hide? Be safe. Looks like we found him.
Waken winds!
Well, unfortunately, that attack got stopped in its tracks, so gonna have to take these with a lower multiplier. Oh man, let's hoping to parry that. Oh, okay. Well, you're gonna be dead anyway, so see ya. Good evening, Bremen.
I better get these materials to Mid so she can finish her prototype.
And then we've got quest way up there. And this quest. I am indeed loving it. I plan to finish the story today. You're not gonna know a PC release date for quite some time. They're not gonna, well, they're not gonna give people a PC release date when it's still exclusive to PlayStation 5. That would be very uncouth of a
Your Grace,
of an exclusivity.
my lord, I trust your journey was not overly onerous.
Cyril,
You found a letter from Father? Yes, I have it here.
Minimum 1 year, yeah.
If you would do us the honor, my lord.
Within reason, I'd say. My beloved son, I know that I ask much of you in this coming war, but I see no other way to secure a future for our duchy and our family. Yet even should we succeed in subduing the savages and winning back Drake's breath, the threat of the Blight still looms, and only with all of Rosaria striving as one might we overcome it. I have made plans to see us through, but such are the obstacles that stand in our way. It shall likely fall to you to continue my work. I know that you have the strength, the courage, and the will to do so. It shall be an arduous inheritance, so offer you another, that you might be reminded of the love and the faith that I hold for you both.
an inheritance.
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate.
What are these plans he spoke of? His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the blight spreading ever more widely across the Twins, Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of securing Rosaria's survival.
And he was right.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. To see centuries of common wisdom overturned. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime. But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides. Those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only
they didn't say they ran into issues. They said they had concerns.
It is true that
but that was when they were just talking about why the PS5 exclusivity was so powerful, so it sounded more like...
But one
it was like, yeah, we're so glad. It was like one of those.
Bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me
thanks to the technology in the PS5
only to recovering
we can achieve optimal. It was like one of those, you know.
The one who might execute it, or a part of it at least. And where is this woman? She awaits you in the archive, Your Grace. Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
Although I will say, I would rather play games on a console this generation than a PC. I've said it a bunch. This is the console generation where you genuinely should consider a console over a PC if it's available on both.
One of our brethren
not
journeyed
all the
across
time,
strait
but a good bit of the time.
Pursue a new avenue of inquiry in our ongoing investigation. He sent an owl some while ago, but we have heard naught from him since.
Was he surveying another fallen ruin?
No. The object of his study was a savior.
Well, that's what exclusivity does. It means they put some
we believe it
up
may
front.
Have some connection to the Circle of Malleus, an ancient religion that worshipped Ultima as its god. By gaining an understanding of this new faith, we hoped to learn more of the Circle's original beliefs.
And so you sent one of your brothers to Ash, a continent teeming with orcs and Akashic.
Yeah, they'll be fine.
Cognizant of the risks, yes. I entrusted the mission to one of the most able of our order, the Third Chair, a master of the arts of combat and survival both. Though he has been silent for some days now, I have thus far refrained from sending any others in search of him, lest they be lost in turn. Yet, it seemed only right to inform you of the situation, given your unique experience of the perils of Ash. For as you so earnestly advised me, it would not do to abandon a man to his fate, when he might yet be saved.
Don't worry, I got him.
It would not. But Ash is a big place. Can you be any more specific?
Perhaps. The last owl I received from him mentioned a village where he had heard the cult were wont to assemble. Mickleburg was its name. It lies in the southern reaches of Waloed.
Oh, I know where that is.
If aught ill befell him, I expect
that path was blocked earlier.
Right. I'll see what I can do.
You are much too kind, my lord. Go then, with my hopes, and may the Firebird's flame ever burn in your heart.
Oh, hold on.
If this new faith really is an offshoot of the Circle of Malleus, then...
Let's concentrate on finding the third chair first, shall we?
Luckily for us, we'll have quest markers.
My lord, your grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it.
Well, Maze, you still have it.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You have our gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both. Alas, he did not live. Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could be completed. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself, but it was not to be. And his gifts remain incomplete.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these works in progress. But with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little choice. You are grown men now, and his house is yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Goditha.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady. May our father's will be done.
Oh, I am much obliged.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone, my lady?
I do. Though it may be a matter of a good deal more than simply happening upon it. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's Wake, not far from here.
You got it.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements since you were but a boy. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield, it would surely make your father proud.
What say you, Joshua?
What else?
Okay, so we still got the one up there. Alright, good.
Titan's Wake is to the south of here. But we must not be hasty. The good lady has been disappointed once already.
Don't worry, I'm not being hasty, I'm just going immediately. There's a difference. I don't know what it is, but there's a difference. Everything is good.
Let's go.
Don't mind me, just coming through. Isn't Simmerg a level like 34 Fate or something? Something like in a Realm Reborn Fate?
appeal, Joshua.
There it is.
I'd be thinking of something else. Damn, I like the way that thing looks. Alright. Well, I'm afraid to go in there. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Got frozen in the same frame. Oh god. Like I found my first ever bug. Oh, there we go. The game was so confused because of me getting the freeze and the break at the exact same frame. Game was not a fan of me doing that. Upper Lenosha, that's where it is. Yeah, I remember it being there, because I remember making the joke about it. I was actually trying to deliberately see if I could trigger it again, because that was exactly how I triggered it the last time. Phone? Leave me alone, phone. Yeah, it's the one that's right out back. Doesn't it start by like fighting a Quirrell or something?
Is this the monster?
I expect Lady Goditha will.
It's like on the it's like just past that like goblin fate that attacks that town. There, Dad'll be proud.
Oh, thank the Founder you were safe.
Of course I'm
Christmas
safe.
slain then?
And the Heartstone claimed.
Mm-hmm. Yep, when people go to do their hunting log. And it's just sitting right on top of them.
Radiant luster like frozen flame. It is just as your father described it. Thank you, my lord. Your grace. Your father would be so proud.
Lady Goditha, the lapidary is ready.
Thank you, Cyril. I will be with him shortly. If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut and set forthwith. The armbands are complete. Pray, take them. They are yours, after all. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion. And the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy. Enemies who would thwart his vision. Only with unwavering devotion would it ever be realized.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield, as brothers in arms. Only then might those enemies be overcome.
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the task he would entrust to you, his heirs. But this was more than just a message. It was a promise. That he would always be with you.
Thank you, Lady Goditha, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you, and his hopes for your future. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us. I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the Griffin, thinking I might claim the Heartstone on its passing. And so my pursuit continued, until Lord Cyril appeared before me.
JT, thanks for the tier 1.
His will had been recovered, and that his sons were alive and well.
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my father and all the people of Rosaria, I thank you for your loyal service.
As do I.
Thank you, my lord. Your Grace, for coming back to us, for giving my service meaning.
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance.
That's
that
a
was
lot of
denied
VOD,
you for
JT.
So long. It is. And we thank you for the part you played, Cyril. If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father's memorial atop Hawk's Cry Cliff? Let him see that you have received his blessing, and that his vision lives on in you.
I suppose it would be churlish not to. What do you say, Clive? Shall we pay Father a visit?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined there. It has been since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it, for it too is a part of your inheritance, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hands than perched upon some lonely rock.
Thank you, Cyril. Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
Alright, so Hawk's Cry Cliff is in another zone, so first I'll go here.
Do you see that too?
Papa?
What is it?
Oh yeah, we got a good view of that now, don't we? Where is it?
Yes.
Yep.
Nothing good's gonna come of this, I'm telling you.
Nope, it sure won't. Nothing good will come of it, so much so to the point where everyone who was there is already dead.
Time to fight.
Yeah, I gotta equip my new armbands. I was gonna wait till I got the helm though. It's a lot of health, at least. Health doesn't really matter all that much, though. Defense also isn't that important. I wonder if I can upgrade them. Yeah, I gotta go kill God. Killing God, top of my priority list.
That can't be Rutherford, can it?
But after the side quests. Correct.
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
Allow me.
I don't need your...
Please, Field Marshal, oblige him.
This won't take long.
Yeah, but I feel like I have to wholly commit to using Odin a little more than I want to at the moment. Torgal.
Torgal, kill!
Torgal did indeed, believe it or not, kill. It's basically meant to replace limit breaking on a stagger. That's not true.
Havel, I presume.
The X9 Knights are pretty much gods.
No, my lord. You arrived just as our escort turned on us.
Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of soldiers in the outlying regions abandoning the oaths they swore. But I hadn't thought the corruption had reached so close to the heart of the Republic.
Yeah, Rift Slip is kind of
It's
tempting
a
to
fucking
take.
disgrace.
Very tempting.
Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord Marquis. Or is Sid the Outlaw more to your liking?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am. Or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm. And he needs your help.
Yeah, you
to
really
see it
need
through.
both.
Before I agree to anything, I'd have you answer one question. What do you stand to gain from all this?
Saving the world.
I won't deny that I might benefit from further chaos. But I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could live, how we could die, when it should have been our decision all along. Now we have a chance to put things right. But in order to take it, we must stand together, even if it be beside those with whom we don't see eye to eye.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. But perhaps your uncle was right. You are no ordinary outlaw. I'll never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dhalmekian fringes under control. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can't convince them to try and restore order in their own territory.
Thank you, Field Marshal.
But they are not the only ones we will need to convince.
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes to honeyed words, well, we will need an envoy. One who can court even the most stubborn of statesmen. You, perhaps?
I'm flattered. But I'm no diplomat either. And I have other problems to attend to. What we need is a skilled arbitrator. And I may know just the person.
Is that so? And would he happen to be an outlaw too?
Of a different kind, perhaps.
Well, beggars can't be choosers. I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this. Very well. Send your man to me right away.
I shall.
My Lord Marquis. Your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his manor in Port Isolde.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good, my lord.
An envoy. I'm not sure I'm the man to talk anyone round. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. No.
To be fair, nobody can really
This is a
convince
job
him
for
to do
someone
that.
with experience. Someone like Quentin. I hope I can convince him at least.
Alright. So there's some more quests that have sprung up over there. I still have all the Waloed quests. We've got a ways to go. Alright, so there's one quest out west. That rhymed. Some of them are on the cusp of being completed. Some of them I haven't even touched yet. The ones out in Waloed I'm saving for the last. They get to be the last ones. Hey, the world looks fine to me right now. Look at this. This looks perfectly fine. Glorious, glorious quests. Hello, Quentin.
Quentin, I have a proposal for you.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of me than a cask of Gotand gold. Go on then. Propose. You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply swallow their pride and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years. Was there anything else? Perhaps I can fetch you a meat pie as well.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I can think of none better suited to the role.
And you'd have me give up what little I have left to do it. I told you, Clive. The people of Lostwing are my family, and I cannot abandon them.
You have not missed the ending, no.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm still doing side quests.
So am I.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what you've done so far? They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. That's what you do best. If it's the vineyard you're worried about, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know we will.
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself we're family. Don't you trust us?
You know that's not what I'm...
Then what are you saying? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced us we could build...
Yeah, all of them have been good.
ourselves, and if you can do that, who's to say you couldn't convince the entire realm?
A stirring argument. I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat by comparison.
So you'll join us?
Where do you need me?
Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. He's currently in Port Isolde. I can arrange for a party of Cursebreakers to accompany you there.
That would be very much appreciated. I hear the roads are far from safe these days.
Hopefully not for long. My uncle will want to know that.
Alright. Again, I want to try to save Waloed. Some more hunts have popped up. Want to save Waloed for after, because if, okay, well now I'm glad I'm saving Waloed, because if those hunts are in Waloed, then I'll, oh yeah, you know what, because the map opened up. There was that section of the map I couldn't get to, and then it gave me a quest, and now I think I can get there.
Faster! Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies. Of that I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
Damn it, want to jump off the cliff.
It's just back there.
Ah, that's what this was. When I came down here earlier.
Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us. As we follow in your footsteps.
This helmet might just protect me against God.
We won't lay you down.
Onward then?
Onward. To the end.
And to a new beginning.
I was gonna say, that probably just goes in my bed chamber. Oh, he's just permanently in my party now. Okay. I was wondering, I was like, I mean, he's been in my party, but I guess now he just straight up won't leave. Alright, so there's... It says there's a new... Oh, there's another new quest at the reading table. Okay, I'm going to head back here first. Because one of those quests might take me to Waloed. So I should take care of what I can. Ooh, a piece of candy.
Uncle, I bring good news. The Field Marshal has agreed to your plan.
Ha! Of course he has. I didn't doubt you for a moment, dear boy.
I don't believe
Rutherford
you.
is accompanying him back to your manor in Port Isolde as we speak. They will await your return there. As will one other.
One other? Who, exactly?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not be as successful in convincing those with political power. He asked if I might have a solution. And I suggested a certain Imperial Lord Magistrate turned Liberator.
One of your co-conspirators?
Master Quinton would probably call me one of his. But yes.
Another outlaw, then. Just the thing we need to put these rotten politicos in their places. Good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier, eh?
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quinton can solve our problem with the armies, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the grain shortages.
Oh, don't you worry, my boy. The 7 high houses will be seeing to that. They have all agreed to make the most generous of donations. Oh, of course, it did take a little persuasion, but luckily I had some unexpected
Only once,
help.
Flynn.
From
Only
who?
once.
Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward Rockford from a horde of bloodthirsty bandits.
I did do that.
It was more of a handful.
Well, the old battle axe was so pleased. She had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks by the next new moon. And when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally
It was
loosened,
before the hideaway
they as
was
good as
destroyed.
tripped over themselves in the
The
rush
first
to
hideaway.
follow suit.
I'm happy to hear
Which
it.
was when we
Now, I must be getting back to the manor.
went
Join
into
us there at your
Sandbrak.
earliest convenience, would you?
Of course, Uncle.
And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with Akashic?
You'll find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach.
What you got, Quentin?
Though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Indeed, they bob away in every bay from here to Randalar, awaiting a safe haven. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those who crowd the cities are fed, ferry the displaced back to the countryside to work the fallow fields. But I'm sure that you wish to continue your discussion.
Damn, you
Forgive
tell
the
him, Quentin.
interruption. Two such firm friends as yourselves need no help from the likes of me. Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends?
I can't stand the man.
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company were you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal.
Criminal? How dare you? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young gentleman.
Upstanding? He calls himself Sid the bloody outlaw.
Once more onto the breach.
I love Uncle.
Shall we begin again? What we seek here is not to create a new nation, nor to claim the thrones of those that already exist. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might weather the current storm.
And to do that, we must convince those in power, the generals, the statesmen, the nobles, that our cause is just. There will be disagreements, yes. And I imagine some resistance, much resistance. But we cannot let that deter us. If we show them the path, show them that we walk it ourselves, then I am confident they will follow. The fate of the world lies in my nephew's hands, but the well-being of her people lies in ours. And we must not squander the chance that Clive has given us.
Uncle Byron,
Now, with that settled, let's move on to the signing of the Accord. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Triunity. Rutherford, Mike Will.
I like it. I like the name.
Well, my boy, the stage is set.
That it is.
This is the role you were born for. Now I ask only that you trust in the talents of your supporting cast. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities, that you might have the opportunity to shine. The realm needs its Sir Crandall. And there is no better Crandall than you, Clive. I want you to keep this signed accord as proof of our faith in you.
I will.
It's everything I wanted it to be, Zex.
Thank you, Uncle.
And a bit more. So close to 47. I gotta put me down here. Now I gotta go up.
What do you think that thing is?
Josh, don't worry. I'll be done shortly. I've got a hunt to check, and I've got... Oh, that's right. There's the quest over there, too.
You should
I've just got some quest stuff to do, Josh.
Welcome back, Sid.
Welcome back, Sid.
Yes. Welcome back. Trip wasn't too much of a pain in the arse, I hope. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help with the trial. But from what I hear, things didn't go quite as planned.
I mean, I like 15.
They
They're fundamentally built differently. It's a game I like better.
Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast of prey, but he didn't lose heart. He pressed on, and he achieved his aim. And is that not what we ask of our scouts?
Indeed it is. Thank you for your honest appraisal, Sid. The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand to pluck him from the jaws of peril. All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back, Ember is little more than a liability.
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, it's true. And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say he's due a second chance, nonetheless. After all, he did do as you asked.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade. And any mind...
They've been calling him Sid for the last 30 hours.
A scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't. And by sniffing out that log, young Ember here has shown he has a conch and a half. Wouldn't do to waste it now, would it?
Fine. One more chance.
I'll do whatever you ask. I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to. I'll show you. Just you wait.
Daft as a brush, that one. But his heart's in the right place. Just like someone
7
else
out of
we
10?
know.
No.
If you ask me,
Up.
we've been leaning
Way
on him
up.
for far too long. That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
You couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you?
I don't think he can fight it.
He's been hard done by.
I think we want him fighting Sparrog.
Next thing you know, he'd be asking for a day off. Chance would be a fine thing. Back to work.
Hey, Aloha.
Forgive me, Sid. This did not play out as I expected.
Things really do these days. But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can make the best out of a bad situation. Remember that.
I will, Sid. Thank you.
And the dominoes begin to fall. A new quest is available nearby. No! No!
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Your benefactors are a generous lot.
Hey, the Genji gloves.
Here you are. Best of luck out there, Sid.
Just 5% damage? Yeah, I'll take 5% overall damage. I'll take that over Giga Flare. Oh, but now I kind of want to also take Giga Flare. Where is it? I thought it was closer to the top. It's not. It's like all the way down here. Ultima's like... Mythos! Mythos, why? Sam Breck and Sam Breck again. 2 A ranks, interestingly enough. I'll leave both of those. No, I've already done over 100,000 damage. We're good on that front. He didn't expect Mythos to do so many side quests.
Mid, tell me this is all you need.
Aw, you make it sound like I asked you to save the world or something.
Tell me this is
Sort of.
all you need.
Most of
Thank
what
you,
I
Clive.
need. After you left, I went over the figures again, and I realized I'd forgotten a 1 and a 0
In binary?
And
a cogwheel. Just a tiny one. Though, that's the problem. Gears that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight toiling over.
I know where that one is.
the children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny brass gear. Now that I think about it, they didn't use it.
No, you didn't use it.
The young'uns? But why would the... You know what? I don't want to know. I'll keep working on the model. You go and find that cog.
No, you forgot to use the cogwheel. Don't try to put this on them.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
New project, we're working on an airship, yeah.
Sid, is Mid still hiding from us?
She wasn't hiding. She's fine. She's just busy working on her next project.
A new invention? What is it? What is it? Is it an airship? I bet it's an airship!
It is an
Do you
airship.
think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, something only you three can provide. A brass gear. A tiny one. One that might fit on, say, a set of scales.
Oh, the one you forgot! We remember!
We saved it, just in case. It's in the bag of bits.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then reassembling everything we can find. All the pieces that are left over, we keep under our beds, just in case.
That's good to know.
Convenient.
Look. I found it! Is that all? Just the gear? We have more parts if Mid needs them.
That's all for now. But I'll let Mid know about your... hoard. Just in case.
Thanks, Sid.
Well, did they have it?
It's a good callback.
They did. And they kept it somewhere nice and safe. Will it work?
Will it work? He's perfect! You're a genius, Clive.
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important job of all. The wings aren't going to move on their own. But with the right cog in the right place... well, you just wait and see. That should do it. Here goes nothing. Titan's tits.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The Mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes. Children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head, or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave.
Why not both?
And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my Mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
Think of the good it can still do.
All that hard work.
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it ain't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm gonna bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out. Ooh, I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
But we can still build the little toy airship. We can finish that.
If I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad always said, dream big. But it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive?
It's how you use it.
It's a good one. And I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
I'm sure you do.
Oh, good. I can display the model airship in my room. All right. It's another quest done. Oh, my God. Okay, hold on. We got to do this. This is the fastest way back to the start of the hideaway. What quest? What quest? Oh, it's another cooking quest, isn't it? With where it is? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Well, it's Gav. This is where the other two cooking quests were, but...
Something troubling you?
Maybe not.
No more than usual. It's just... Eddie's baby will be
yeah, this.
I wanted to make something for it.
I told you he'd be a stepdad to that thing.
Back in the north, families would always make gifts when a bairn was on the way. Yeah, I'll let the little tykes know they were welcome in their new homes, like.
So, what's the problem?
Well, the problem is that Ed is due any day now, and I don't know if I'll be ready in time.
Yeah, that's...
Is there anything I can do to help?
Listen, it protected... I don't care if that thing's a bear. It protected its mother from ether flood. I'm scared of it, all right? I don't trust that. I don't trust it.
Good luck charm.
Not just any.
No. One made from the feather of a silver chocobo. There's naught luckier in all the realm, or so we used to say back home anyway. Thing is, they're hard to come by. Had Otto and Karen check with their suppliers, but nothing. I'd try and track one down
the
myself.
dog's over by Karen.
Only the big day is fast approaching. And that's all you need. A feather.
Is Ambrosia silver or white?
It's
Oh, it was
attached
white.
to, aye.
But maybe Ambrosia knows where to find it.
Asking around with traveling traders plying the northern borders.
Well, there's no shortage of those passing through Martha's. I think I might make that my first port of call. I'll let you know if I find anything.
Yeah, about that,
Won't
Ziggy.
forget this.
You weren't here for Theo earlier. It's like, yeah, about that. Please just be one. The pen is mightier. 10 letters. Oh, well, I could have gotten that ages ago. The icon brought her much suffering. The loss of Shiva weighs heavy on her heart. We would be poor friends indeed if we did not seek to lighten that burden. Even if but only a fraction, before we depart for the skies. I would speak to you more on this in private. Oh, damn it. I'm of the opinion that it's better to game on console now than on PC anyway. This is the generation where I find that to be true. I'm gonna just at least trigger these just in case there's an achievement. I didn't even think about there being an achievement for the other one. Yeah, these are mostly follow-ups to old quests. Just in case. Yeah, for strictly gaming purposes. Actually, no, never mind. I'll probably have to go back in there at some point anyway. Oh, Joshua! Hey, boy.
Joshua, I read your message. You're right. Jill is different. I don't think I'd realized how different, but since we returned from Drake's spine, I've felt it more and more.
I suppose it's not hard to imagine why.
She doesn't think she belongs anymore.
And that's why we need to remind her she is still one of us. And to let her know that we still need her, now more than ever.
We had the big meeting, that was it.
But how to do that? When last we were truly close, we were but children.
Of course.
So let's go back to a place where we were all children together.
The time we accompanied Father on his annual tour of the duchy.
Yeah, see, I like his
Jill
plan.
and I broke from the procession to ride up Man's Hill.
To see the snow daisies, I remember.
Let's do that again.
It was the first time Father had allowed us to join him. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pot boys combing the countryside.
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it halfway there. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say...
No, she is not like a sister at all.
And it seems you and Jill have unfinished business. What do you say?
Man's Hill. It's not that far.
True. Though I suspect it is also much changed. Little in southern Rosaria remains as it was when we were children.
You're saying I should go and scout the area for bandits?
I'm saying we should first go and see if there are actually still any snow daisies left. What would you do without me, Clive?
That's a great question. Make for Man's Hill. Okay. Whew. Okay, there's 2 more quests here in the Western Continent again. This is Man's Hill, so I guess we'll do this one first. We're getting there. We're getting through.
This is the place, but...
I'm sorry, Clive.
They're all dead.
There's no weapon spared.
That is a great question, Arceus.
What do we do now?
We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place where snow daisies grow.
Perhaps, but... it's the only place I know of. Knew of.
Let's ask Holmes.
Then why not ask someone who might know of another?
Holmes?
Someone at the backyard. To the hideaway.
Oh, the backyard. Yeah, that's another good one. Alright, while I'm out here... Martha's Rest. I side quest. I side quest like no other.
Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav needs. Excuse me. I'm looking for something.
Oh, well, then I'm your man.
A silver chocobo feather.
Joshua alive? Because he's alive.
Maybe not. Though you're
That's
not
the
first
answer.
to mention the bird around here.
Because he is.
There was a man
I've been being a
stuck by the
smartass
west not
about
long
it.
ago, claiming he was attacked by a
'Cause he's
silver
not dead.
chocobo near some gutted hovel not far from Eastpool. Most took him for a braggart and a liar, but who knows? Perhaps there was some truth to his tale.
We'll see. Thank you.
Because he didn't die. Who is Will?
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
Why is Will?
How do, traveller? You've the look of a man who could do with a new whetstone. Or perhaps a bawdy etching of the Vicerine.
Maybe another time. I'm looking for a silver chocobo feather.
If that's the case, rumors are all yours.
No, he explains that he didn't actually die when the Phoenix
silver
died.
Chocobo for years.
Or when the Phoenix was
Word is
KO'd.
they were all hunted for their feathers. Some northern nonsense.
And he was saved by an organization known as the Undying.
Nor their bows. If any are still out there, I reckon they'll be doing their damnedest not to be discovered.
You're probably right. Thank you anyway.
I'm glad they don't beat around the bush. The second that the game feels like you probably realize Josh is alive, they show you in a cutscene Josh is alive.
Can I help you with something?
You wouldn't happen to sell silver chocobo feathers, would you?
I deal in fruit, not fancies. But if it's fancies you're after, I suggest you try Rhiannon's ride.
Well, his head didn't get bit off. His beak was shut with Ifrit's mouth.
If you believe the ravens
and then
of
he
a
was
madman.
stabbed through the chest.
It wouldn't be the first time.
However, I would like to point out one important thing about the Phoenix.
That's right.
He's a phoenix.
Sounds almost too good to be true. But since I'm already here.
One important detail about the Phoenix. He's a phoenix. Yeah, I mean, we fucking murdered Bahamut and Dion lived. But even throwing that aside, he's a phoenix. I can't stress that fact enough.
Tracks. They're not left by bandits for a change.
Well, using the Phoenix's energy forces them to succumb to the crystal's curse over time.
More tracks. And these look fresh. The chocobo was here. And recently. Perhaps it still is.
Well, no, Hugo just succumbed to the, he succumbed to the crystal's curse. Fully.
I don't hear anything.
It set up a nest.
Well, I'll be damned.
Dion also was in space. He started falling through the atmosphere. He was grabbed by the Phoenix, but still. Hi.
It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Just borrowing a feather for my friend. Thank you. Let's get this back to Gav before they change their minds.
Alright, so we've got these two again. I was getting more Beerus vibes, Thanatos.
Let's hope one of the gardeners knows where to
We're
find
gonna make
snow
Dragon
daisies.
Ball references. Go the more recent one.
It was no trouble.
Clive, you're back. How'd you get on? Any luck?
Any luck, you say?
Here you go.
crystals crack. Is this what I think it is? Where in the hell did you find it?
It's a long story.
It's not that long. Loomis, thanks for the 90 months. Welcome
Right there
back.
on the road to Eastpool. Who'd have thought it?
I appreciate the
Everything
support.
up there's been abandoned for years. The empty cabin made for the perfect shelter. Though I fear my presence may have forced the poor creatures to look elsewhere.
Hi, Ivy.
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The Blight's right on Eastpool's doorstep. They'd have had to move on before long, even if you hadn't have turned up. They'll find a new home. Trust me. After all, that's what us endangered animals do. Anyway, what matters is, you managed to nick us one of their quills before they could run off. And now all that's left is to fix it to the carving.
I didn't know you could carve.
Reckon there's a lot you don't know about me. Like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword. And that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again? An Avis?
But it weren't your Avis, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
Nice.
So all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit. I'm proud of you, Ember.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet.
There we go. What do you think?
I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make an honest living.
Now will I?
Damn right.
I should go
Ivy,
and see if Ed is
chill.
awake.
Give it my best.
You can give it to yourself. Come on.
Ah, she's down there.
There's something about it.
Ivy.
Ah, me lords.
How are you feeling?
Well, thank you. Is something wrong?
Wrong? No, nothing like that.
No, he's just nervous.
What it is,
Go on, please.
Hey.
It's beautiful. Did you make it?
We did. It's from all of us here at the Hideaway. Your new family.
No, it's
like.
from you.
It's a good luck charm.
Hey, chill.
We may come up north when a band's on the way. I mean a baby. To let him know that they're part of the family too. Oh, I hope you like it.
I don't know what to say. I thank you, my lords, for everything.
If there's anything you need, just let us know.
I will.
Clive, fancy a swift off? I'm thirsty.
I could be convinced.
I'm telling you, he wants to be a stepdad to that baby. Hey, chill, Ivy, stop.
Don't you think you've had enough?
No, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
He's drunk
You
truthing.
know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times. Wasn't long after me 10th name day. My mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over. What with me being the runt of the litter. thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother. Imperials came the day she went into labor. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't. My whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
Have you finished?
Maybe.
Do you know why you're our best scout? Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
That was only the once.
Yeah, but it was very early in the game, Gav.
And here you are, after Founder knows how many missions, stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
Your brother.
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword. I may have had one too many.
you may have had 10 too many.
I said I was thirsty. Better get back to work anyway. After I walk this off.
I have to lay down.
Clive?
What is it?
Ivy. You're so desperate.
Thanks for, you know.
Everything.
I know.
Gav is the best. Now I have the quest up there to do. This is part of the Jill quest up here. But first, did I at any point pick up the material I needed?
Sancfordian, do you?
Nope. I used one of the orichalcum, so I do need another one at some point.
Say what you will.
I'm surprised a few people have survived the whole game, but the early part of the game did set up a lot of people fucking dying. Yep, I gotta upgrade my Ragnarok.
Oh.
Where'd you go, Ivy?
What brings you down from the heavens, Sid?
I need your advice. Joshua and I are looking for a place where snow daisies grow. Preferably in abundance.
Snow daisies. Then you'll want somewhere not too hot and not too cold. And where the winds are strong enough to carry the seeds. I reckon Man's Hill would be a good place to start. There in the Royal Meadows, perhaps? Both have similar climbs and the right elevation. If the Blight hasn't claimed them yet.
Right. Thank you.
Did you learn where we might find our flowers?
The gardener here mentioned the Royal Meadows in Sambrak.
Ah, the fields beyond Northreach. Well, if that's the case, then Yote was right. I recalled that she kept a record of our travels, you see. So I asked her if she'd perhaps noted anywhere that snow daisies grew, and she mentioned Oilafeist Bay.
Whose shores border the meadows. Off we go then.
I know the map looks like I'm almost done, but I still have Waloed.
And how might I help the garrison today?
I'm right before the final dungeon. Taking care of loose ends, one might say. Yeah, I picked up a couple more hunts. I think they were both in Sambrak, actually.
Those things didn't fight like men.
Yeah!
Oh, I'm doing the finale today.
Brave.
I'm doing these side quests first, but I'm doing the finale.
Where do we even start?
Yote mentioned the coastline. We can start there.
Flowers. Our friends.
Farewell.
Ultimate Weapon is in New Game Plus, Alfred.
What do you see, boy? Let's hope this is the last one.
Only one way to find out.
That was hours and hours ago. I use Mega Flare all day. Now, Gigaflare, on the other hand, I'm a very big fan of Gigaflare.
That was harder than I expected. But Founder, it was worth it. They're beautiful.
Do you think Jill will like them?
She'll love them. Come on. Let's go.
Alright, now I think I should go do the ones in Waloed. Unless this is going to take me... Nope, it's going to take me right back. I mean, that's fine, too. I don't have to do it myself.
It appears my work is done. The rest, as they say, is up to you. Well, you and the skies. We wouldn't want another thunderstorm now, would we?
And she should be in... Oh, yep, up there. Listen, Joshua knows.
Jill, there's something I'd like to show you.
There is? And where might this something be?
It's, not here. Now, I know this is sudden, but how would you fancy a trip to Oriflamme?
Well, wait for her to say something first before you walk away. Hey, you want to go? What if she said no?
There are so many.
And then just leaves instantly.
This is what you wanted to show me. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. The smile on your face is enough. We've been worried about you, Joshua and I. Do you remember when I took you to Man's Hill? Or tried to?
Ivy, what?
How could I forget? You saw me crying and thought a change of scenery might lift my spirits. In the end, it earned me a nasty cough and a stern scolding from your mother. But I felt wonderful nonetheless.
I'm sorry. I had no idea what I was getting us both into. But I couldn't bear to see you like that.
Before we left, my chambermaid told me she'd overheard your mother talking about my marriage prospects with some of the noblewomen at court. They were debating whether it would be more profitable to marry me off to one of the high houses instead of saving me for the ducal line. No one thought to ask me what I wanted.
Of course not.
I was nothing to them. A pawn at best.
Have you met my mother? She's a fucking bitch.
So lonely.
She's dead, but a bitch.
I didn't know.
Ivy, chill.
But I wasn't alone. You were there. Your hand in mine as we ran for those oaks. And I knew then, no matter what happened, I would be all right. I'll never forget that feeling. Before we broke camp, the morning after the storm, do you know what I did?
No? What?
I slipped away from my governess to climb the tor. And And from there, I saw a sea of petals, all reaching for the sun. And I realized that no matter how terrible the night, dawn would always come. That you would always come for me.
He sure will.
And you have. Again and again.
He sure did.
Where do you see us? When all this is over?
I don't know. Not here, though. I think I've outgrown the twins. After everything we've been through, the realm just seems so small. I'll need some space to spread my wings.
No, there's not going to be more than one ending.
That's what you'll have.
Why would there be more than one ending?
And I'll stop at nothing to see that you do.
I mean, come on. There's literally no reason to expect it.
I never was much good at garlands, but it'll have to do.
I'll treasure it forever.
We miss an item?
Thank
What does it have to
you,
do with endings?
Clive. For this, the flowers, for everything. It's exactly what I needed. You are my treasure.
What does that have to do with anything? If you didn't do a quest, you didn't do a quest. That's it. Final Fantasy games don't do multiple endings. They do secret endings. Yeah, he got her. Oh, he got her all right.
Getting back. I expect the others are wondering where we are.
You're right. There's still much to do.
Oh, he got her.
And we'll do it together.
That's actually a pretty good cooldown reduction. Now she stays with me forever. My retinue continues to grow. No, there's literally no mainline Final Fantasy that does multiple endings. I'm just gonna say it again. This is also made by the 14 team, who also doesn't do multiple endings. And in fact, I'm almost certain they specifically said they didn't want multiple endings. What are you talking about? Yeah. Nothing they've said has contradicted that. Are you just here to be annoying? If you are, you can just leave, because you're just being annoying.
Might this be Nickelback?
It sounded like he said Nickelback. I know that's not what he said, but it kind of sounded like that's what he said. It kind of sounded like that's what he said.
The village seems safe enough at least. What is going on here?
Ah, did you too heed the call?
Heed the call? No,
This cult looks about as relevant as
looking for
Nickelback.
to be honest, I wasn't sure I'd find him here. Let alone all of you.
Is that so?
What are you doing here? Is this...
This is a cult, yeah.
Where you live?
It is my home. The others, they heeded the call.
You keep saying that. What do you mean?
They came here to perform the rite, just as King Barnabas instructed. This village is their altar, where they shall cast their souls upon the gentle waters and give themselves to the Lord.
I don't like that.
Give themselves.
Oh, Lord.
They're going to become Akashic.
Cleanse us of our sin.
They're going to deliberately go Akashic.
Let us be reborn in your loving arms. Free us from the torment of this mortal realm.
They want to be saved. Forgive me. But did another foreigner, like me, come here? He was probably wearing a cowl.
You mean the traveler from Storm? Yes. He is staying at my house, toward the rear of the village.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll go and greet him.
Base 13's ending is
Seek
great.
The same salvation Barnabas did.
It immediately being rendered moot by a second game.
Is the third chair still
Little
lives?
worse.
Let's go and find him.
Even if I do like the second game.
Excuse me. Are you with the Undying?
I am. And so it would appear, are you?
Yeah?
Lord Rosfield, if I am not mistaken.
That's right. And you must be the third chair.
I am.
Cyril was worried for your safety. He sent me to find you.
Then I must apologize. I did not mean to trouble the bearer of the burning quill. Much less you, my Lord Marquis.
He said that you had failed to report. Is there a reason for that?
I came here to study the followers of this new faith. But the more I learned of them, the more my own faith began to falter. You have seen them at their prayers, have you not? They devote themselves to the veneration of their Lord with a fervor I have never seen before. Praying night and day that they might be rid of their wicked wills and reborn in their Saviour's light. Not that they might be granted respite from their worldly woes, but so that they might continue to serve him. Serve him with all of their beings. I, too, swore to devote my life to the service of my Lord and Master, but this... 'tis different. It is more.
Bravely Default 2's ending was awful. Please don't do anything like that.
And so I would see it through to the end.
It was so good until the end.
See these people safe, that they might achieve their
It's such a bad attempt to do what Bravely
do
Default
their
1
duty
did,
to
like,
their Lord.
condensed.
Even if it should keep me from doing
Omega, thanks for the 55 months.
You do understand what their dream is, don't you?
I do, my lord. They would cast aside
I mean,
their
it didn't
wills
help
and
that the
become
two main characters of Bravely Default were not very
know
good.
that it may be hard
The other
to
two,
believe
Elvis
that these
and
people,
what's her face,
that is the
were
very
both
essence
good.
of salvation.
The other two were not very good.
Forgive me, my lord, but I must remain here. If you are to return to Master Cyril, I would consider it a great...
That's not
Hey there,
good.
my lord. Something is
It
happening.
sure did, Gryerg.
I'll go find out what. Stay here.
Oh, an ether flood. Great.
An ether flood. Oh no. There must be something I can do. Echoes as well. Found her.
Ready, brother?
Ready.
Yeah, they skip through them very quickly, Gryerg. Iron Giant? I knew it! I'm so smart.
We meet again.
No, I haven't wanted to really play Odin much. Hey, it's Titus!
Killed your kind before.
Isn't this that stupid fox from the old video games? Oh, I thought he was gonna get knocked down. There we go. Knocked out from the superstar. Power.
Let's try.
say. I could just give him a nice little love tap at the end.
Damn it.
Don't you die. Come on, speak to
Bro,
me.
he got stabbed through the chest. What do you mean, don't you die? Third chair's dead.
I had to save them, that they might have a chance to find true salvation. By devoting themselves to the service.
Dude, they're gonna turn Akashic any second now. Look at that.
Just as I did.
They're already
When
turning
the
Akashic.
Undying plucked me from the gutter and gave me a cause to believe in. A duty to serve was everything to me, and I would not deny them that fulfillment, even if they must become Akashic in order to achieve it.
Yeah, because they're praying to
Forgive
Ultima.
me, my Lord Marquis.
They want to become Akashic.
I did not mean to trouble you with this. My findings. Could you deliver them to Master Cyril for me?
Of course. Your duty will be done.
Look, my lord. They are saved.
You remember that every time Josh uses the powers of the Phoenix, he, like, comes closer to dying, right? And I kind of need his ass for the last dungeon. That's, like, literally a main plot point. Thank God they just send me to these NPCs for some of these later quests.
They are saved. Founder. I should get this report to Cyril.
Not anymore, he wouldn't. He can barely hold the piece of Ultima in his chest away.
My Lord Marquis, welcome back. I am glad to see you hale and whole.
I met with your third chair, Cyril. He bade me deliver his findings to you.
Thank you, my lord. He remained in Ash?
He died protecting the villagers from an echo. I buried him in Mickelberg. I'm sorry that I couldn't save him.
Still sounds like he's saying
If you
Nickelback.
could not save him, no one could.
The villagers, they were believers in this savior cult. They prayed to their god that they might be unburdened of their wills. Then an ether flood came, and their wish was granted. Your brother sacrificed himself that they might live, even knowing that that life was death by another name.
Then he perished defending liberty. A hero's end. For the right to choose how one dies is no less sacred than the right to choose how one lives.
Sid would agree. He wanted to build a world where people could die on their own terms.
A noble ambition. To die for one's cause is the most perfect expression of one's faith. It matters not how misguided others might judge one's decision to be. Only that the decision is one's own.
We don't know,
live
as.
according to the teachings of our
Considering I haven't finished it, I don't know why you would ask that question in hopes of somebody answering it.
And yes, we die for them.
It's like I'm fucking playing the
For
game
better
right
or
now.
worse, that is our creed.
Unfinished.
But he didn't die for your creed.
So don't correct him if I'm wrong.
He
And
died to
also,
save
I'm just
them.
gonna remove you because you're really
You still
fucking
believe that
annoying
what he
anyway.
did was right?
I don't even want to wait for an
believe
answer. It's a leading question,
He
yeah.
believed it was.
Person was really fucking annoying
We of the
anyway.
Undying are not slaves, but willing servants. And this was his.
Go ahead. Try and unban appeal.
Ultimate expression
See how
of
far it gets you. Yeah, that's Foshino's VA.
Right. I'd like to know this man's name, Cyril. To know the names of all the Undying who've fallen in the line of duty. They died serving my house. It's only right that I remember them. That is my duty.
Of course. I shall fetch the Book of Martyrs at once. My lord, it has been, and shall ever be, the greatest honor of my life to serve House Rosfield. Though our duties may differ, yours is no less important. I pray
fucking right,
with
mine's
all
not
my
less-
heart for your success.
Did you think I thought it
And
was?
here, I have no doubt but that every one of my fallen brothers and sisters would feel the same.
Yeah, dude, sometimes people are just fucking stupid, man. You genuinely can't tell if they're doing it on purpose or they're just that stupid. Like common sense stupid. I would prefer there be 16 chairs in this particular case. Okay. The signboards. Yeah, signboards are from these like near finale quests. Alright, now for the rest of the quests here. Ah, there it is. So that's what that one's for. That's the prison. Okay.
Doris is waiting for me near Balmung Dock. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by a Kashik. I need to hurry.
I don't want to go. Yeah, Balmung being a prison does make sense. It's the Balmung Dark. Max level's 50 on normal, 100 on New Game Plus. Fortunately, we learned that in an interview ahead of the game coming out.
There were no guards, I take it.
Yeah, I'm doing 100%.
None manning the gates.
Oh no, I'm doing the
50
finale
story
tonight. I don't care how
inside
long
there.
it takes.
The corridors are crawling with the
I'm
Kashik.
almost done with the side
It's like
quest,
the
I
guards left behind in Newton's realm.
swear.
If Chadwick was being held here, I worry that he may already be.
Don't give up hope just yet. But let's move quickly. Let me check the ground floor. The ether stick is there.
Then I'll search the upper level. Good luck, Sid. Stay safe.
Well, a coliseum is a form of a prison. As a reminder. Because they, you know, coliseums often
Just how
have
bad are the
prisoners
inside the
being made
walls?
into gladiators.
Bad enough to turn a bit. Right. I hope not. We're risking a lot just being here. Better keep my eyes open for signs of life.
Akuza Beast for deployment. Yeah, so this is where they train the behemoths.
So this place was no ordinary prison. And I doubt they'll have taken the creature with them when they fled.
Nope. There's definitely still a behemoth in here. I mean, we even said it when we came by here earlier. I said there's probably a behemoth in here. Those were my actual fucking words. It just looks like a place you'd keep. Well, it reminded me of Final Fantasy II's Coliseum. Yep, I have all the icons. I don't know. I mean, every boss is harder in Final Fantasy mode, so anything and everything. Oh, good. On feeding them, great. Oh, it loves eating bearers, especially. Cool.
Bearers to it. This is even worse than I'd feared.
Because their natural magical aptitude would probably make for good meat. That's pleasant. Yeah. The Kuza is a type of behemoth. They're called that in quite a few Final Fantasy games. Granted, they might not be referring to a behemoth here, but most likely they're referring to a behemoth. Always a chance they're not. Oh, I gotta go upstairs.
Locked up tight.
Go up and around. Yeah, in this particular case, do they feed the bearers grass and then feed the Kuza the bearers so it can still be grass-fed? Honestly, it kind of makes sense them feeding bearers grass. Well, the grass doesn't have magic, so they have to feed the bearers. Oh. No, it's Doris. I was like, wait, somebody's here? Because every time a bearer uses their power, they literally come closer to dying. And they're not like gods of magic either. They're not like trained soldiers or anything. So it's not like they have natural combat prowess. And with magic, they still have to contend with actual swordsmen and shit. Not to mention the dominance that actually will obliterate them. Also, yeah, people with crystals can do magic still.
No sign of any bearers yet. I hope you have better luck downstairs.
Okay, there must be another item downstairs then. I do remember that. Yeah, they had 3 bearers who couldn't even keep a forge lit. 3 at once. How did I miss this? Ah, this is how they deploy them.
Minimal loss of Waluda lives. And what happens when they run out of bearers? Even the Imperials take better care of their branded than that. Nothing but a caching down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on.
Yeah, she still has some command over her powers. We saw with the other dominants that we absorbed their power from, they didn't innately become useless. Benedicta had a hard time tapping into her powers.
Downstairs. But I did find out.
But she
that this
still had
place
it in
was
her. She just
more
couldn't
than
really
just a
reach it
prison.
anymore.
Something far more sinister was happening here.
I know. I've been reading some of these documents, and it can't be true, can it?
Of course it can.
Bearers die every day in service of their masters, but this is so much worse. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits? And all in order to bring about more death. And not just those who could fight, but the elderly, children even. And those who wouldn't or couldn't were disposed of. Whatever that means.
I'm afraid it means they were fed to the monstrosity they kept here.
Then we're too late. And I was a fool to bring you here.
Don't say that. Did you find anything else?
A key. But it doesn't fit any of the locks on this floor.
Perhaps it will fit one of the doors downstairs.
I know exactly which door
There's a
it'll fit.
corridor I haven't searched yet. Finish up here, then come and find me when you're ready.
All right. I'll be there in a moment.
Yeah, I imagine the willingness of it also probably has some effect.
Let's see what we can find down here.
I needed amber for one of the items I needed to craft. An accessory.
A survivor. She sounds close.
Who are you?
There's no need to be afraid. Are you alone? Are there any other survivors?
Some of the guards. They're still here. But something's wrong with them. Everyone else...
Yeah, that's within reason, Alexander. Mm-hmm.
Of course they were.
They don't give a fuck if they're kids. They're bearers. They haven't given a fuck the whole game.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't linger. Are you ready?
Ready when you are. You poor thing. He must have been terrified.
Did Chadwick send you?
What?
He fought the monster. Distracted it so I could run away. He must have sent you. He promised to free the others too. Where is he? He opened your cell, didn't he? He wouldn't be here otherwise.
Chadwick.
Was that?
Sure was.
Monster's back! Chadwick, help!
We have to get out of here.
Doris, keep the girl safe.
All right. You put that bearer-eating bastard in the ground.
Yep, that's a
It's out
behemoth.
there waiting for me. I can't let it live. Not if it's got a taste for bearers.
Not even an S rank. No problem.
The beast will wreak havoc if it ever leaves the prison. I can't let that happen.
faster. Oh my word. Wow, that actually didn't get the perfect freeze, huh?
You lose.
I'm surprised more of those weren't perfect freezes. I only got like, what, 2? It's a fantastic machine. I am the S rank.
Finally.
Sid, are you hurt?
No.
I'm fine. I think.
I sincerely doubt there's any hunts that are exclusive to Final Fantasy mode.
No.
What is it?
A diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways.
There might be like 1.
He was here.
At most.
Do you think that creature?
Yes.
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last. The girl is safe thanks to him.
Chadwick. You fool.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway. We don't want his sacrifice to have been in vain.
No. Of course not. I'll see that she's looked after from now on. It's the least I can do.
Good. No, there doesn't. Doesn't have to be anything. Like I said, it's probably the exact same hunt mobs.
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days. I hope she's recovering from her ordeal.
She is. Slowly but surely. She's far tougher than she looks. I thank the flames we found her. If we hadn't...
I know. But we did. I'm sorry we weren't able to save Chadwick.
There's no need to apologize. Without your help, I would never have found out what happened to him. How he fought to the bitter end to save her. To save Haida Marie. That's the man I remember. The man I thought of as a brother.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past. If you don't mind, that is.
Of course. You already met my former master. She trained Chadwick and I to do 2 things. Kill and obey. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time came. But no bid was ever high enough to convince her to part with us. For years, we were her daggers in the shadows. But we could never quite shake our doubts about the things she made us do. And then, one day, we just couldn't do them anymore. So we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us too easily. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken another master, become a dagger in someone else's hand.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his own. And he died not as someone's tool, but as a hero.
Hyde Marie is proof of that. Bearers can cast off their shackles. And the Cursebreakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath to see it done. For Chadwick, and for all of us.
Thank you, Doris. We'll be counting on you.
I'll get to try these Odin pieces at some point. Every time it says a new missive's been delivered, I know it's just the previous quest being turned in, but I think it's a new quest every time. Speaking of which, I spot 2 more here. Hi. You're not just a normal mob. No way, you're one of the hunts that was on the board. King Behemoth? There we go. He looks upset. 4 horsemen. Oh my word. Well, I know what that skill does now. Oh. Alright. Woo! Not gonna lie, my sphincter got tight on that one. You stop. I don't like any of this.
Awaken, wind!
tiny meteors are worse than the fucking apocalypse meteors. That's a lot of projectiles. I was like, I had heat wave, and I'm just like, nope, sorry, heat wave, you stay. What was the other location? I think there was one in the Angry Gap also that I unlocked. Let me do the quest first, though. The purple icon, yeah, means it's a hunt.
The entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in?
Potion. To be fair, that thing didn't stand a chance against Tortle.
His interest was certainly...
There it is.
This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
But first, monsters.
Leaving so soon, stranger? We've been watching you. From a distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book.
Nope.
Leave it in our care and return to your life.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
You didn't see what happened just before I came over here, huh? I thought you were, if you were following, I thought maybe you would have, but...
Let's see, shall we?
You might have missed something. Yeah, remember that I said about the behemoth? You should have seen me do that before you tried to fight me in here.
Impressive. But we have other means. We shall claim the book yet.
Why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull. So let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be no single, immutable explanation as to why they came to pass. It is a question of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught but pain. That is all. You may keep the book, for now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until
Yeah, if
then.
you're following me, we will.
Wait.
Damn, that dude just vanished.
Damn it. Let's get this back to Vivian. Perhaps she can explain what that was all about.
Well, first there's another quest.
Come on. Fly, Ambrosia.
Nope, leave me alone. I don't care if you're a Akashic. Yeah, you probably don't want to go any further.
This must be the orphanage. Hopefully the registry's still here.
Because that's not how exclusives work. Exclusivist company goes, hey,
I should look around
we'd
some
like
more
to
before I
provide
start
resources
breaking
for you to
down
make
doors.
this game. And the other company goes, okay. And then they make the game. And then eventually they go,
disposed of.
okay, you can release it on other stuff now. And they go, okay, we'll do that.
This is nothing short of torture.
I mean, still will sell millions. Yeah, and it'll still sell millions when it eventually hits PC too. Oh, man.
This reads like a suicide note.
That's because it was a
Do I have to
suicide
go through
note.
with this plan? There's only one way to find out.
It's because it absolutely was a suicide note.
The forked white tree. This must be the place.
I assume if we look up,
Could he really be buried here?
some of the quests were more cheerful.
Hidden among the roots. Let's see.
Is that his body?
This must be the registry.
Lithification. Disciplined.
So many names. This place was a slaughterhouse.
Yeah, no fucking kidding.
Where is the architect of all this misery?
At least he got what he deserved.
It was only a matter of time, I suppose. This place is cursed.
Ow. Well, we know that Leviathan's full name is Leviathan the Lost, which means that there's probably something in the ATL about it. If I had to guess, at the very least. Which, you know, I can go see. I just gotta talk to Tome Man Magoo. Harpocrates. See, we got Tome Man Magoo here.
I was wondering when next you'd visit. Having never visited, I cannot tell you exactly where in Garnick my friend's lodgings lie. But he did mention they were some distance from the road. I make no guarantee that you will find what you seek there. Only that it is the best, and perhaps the only, place left to look. I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before.
It's been a while since I visited.
I have quite the find for you today.
Yeah.
If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
Stoluses. There's a few entries in here that are still missing. There's one here. There's the Metia one. The Hooded Man.
Did you learn and everything you needed?
I mean, Typhon's just been there with his entry, like, pretty much the whole time. Since that particular chapter.
There's something about it. Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received and everything promised?
That's all
Come
of them.
again. I may have more for.
All available items from your patrons. Several thousand years since the Fallen came crashing down. Most of the objects came crashing down either have been hoarded or destroyed. Those few that have not occasionally found an erosion excavation chance to unearth them, and while the purpose unknown, they are highly sought after. Okay. Yeah, that was this one. The S rank, here it is. And then there's 2 A ranks left. This is Sambrek. Oh, right. Yeah, these are the 2 that I never did. Yeah, that's an Akashic Knight, it looks like. Okay, so the Pertinence Gate and Cape Orsier. Well, time will only tell.
Vivian. I found it. The book you lost.
That's not true. He's not in almost every Final Fantasy game. He's not in 1, 2, 3, 4, or 6.
Thank you, Clive.
7 only
Even though I
in
asked this of you,
Dirge of
I was not
Cerberus.
entirely sure it would be possible.
8, it's Omega
I fear the
Weapon, which isn't the
executors had
original
seized every
Omega.
copy.
9 doesn't
I met
have
with
it.
one of these
10,
executors,
same deal, has Omega Weapon,
and I
not
convinced him
Final
to let me
Fantasy
keep
V's
it.
Omega. 11 has
He told me
Omega, 12
something.
has Omega.
That the truth is just a matter of collective belief.
I
And that
think
if enough people
13.2
believe a lie,
has Omega in the arena?
that lie becomes the truth.
It does.
Right?
But it also means that the truth is not immutable.
I don't remember.
That it can be changed.
I think so.
Provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people that their perspective
Yeah,
is
the
the
arena.
correct one. As the sad history of the bearers proves.
He's in
You said that
15.
The book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. Or its author, rather. She was a heretic, you see. A firebrand and a dissenter. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm. And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled at the prospect of its utterance. I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world of men. A stranger to my own species. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, but a gift. And that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one, what I found at my destination would be more than worth the cost.
Do you still feel that way? That you're not one of us?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Since coming to the hideaway, I find my thinking somewhat clouded. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective than I had intended. But the more I study, the more I find value in this perspective. In looking not from the outside, but from within. So if you'll permit me, I'd like to continue my work here. Remember, Clive, when enough people believe, belief begets truth. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do.
I'll try, Vivian. I'll try.
Level 48. Oh my god, I just noticed I have another fucking quest as a missive. I'm gonna turn this in and then I'll teleport back in, and then I have the other 2 hunts to do. I'm getting them all done!
I hear that you traveled to Ash, Cid. Did you by any chance recover the names of my fallen friends?
I did. Yes.
If I may, the bearer registry.
It's a lot of names.
The director was a brutal man. He got no worse than he deserved.
The registry was all I found beneath the tree. There was no sign of a body. Nor any record of what happened to the children after the orphanage closed.
I pray that at least some of them survived. All their
Thanks,
names are
Cybernetic.
here. The ones we lost. My friends. My light in those dark times. I can still remember their faces, like it was yesterday. Children who were taken from their bunks in the morning, never to return. No explanation ever offered.
They'd be happy to know that you survived, Herman.
But why did I make it out alive, when so many others died in that awful place?
It's not your fault. And blaming yourself won't bring them back. Honor their memory. See that their names live on. That way, at least. They're never truly gone.
Thank you, Cid. I'm going to write a book. An account of the horrors of Badbach, and the spirit of those its custodians sought to crush. All of Valisthea will know of our suffering. And in the name of those I lost, I will not let it happen again.
Neither will I.
These records would have been buried for all eternity, were it not for you. Thank you.
So close. Alright, so let's do that. Let's see what that quest is. People choose which of the 2 they call him. There's no formality that they have to call him one or the other. It's probably easier for everyone to call him Cid, given what he represents to them. Oh, it's Harpocrates. Ooh, a Prince Dion quest.
It's usually me making demands of Harpocrates. I wonder what this is about.
I was wondering. He's the one character we didn't have any quest about here. I wonder if that's because of the other stuff I finished, or if it's because of me actually handing in all of those lore points. Found in a treasure coffer. Alright, because there's achievements for these, so. Definitely gonna have to go around and look for those. The question's gonna be where? How long have you been holding that one in your back pocket, Thanatos?
I received your note.
Ah, yes. I expect you're wondering what this is all about.
You spoke of making amends with Dion, but I can't imagine what for.
Then I should begin by telling you that I was once his tutor. This was some years ago, of course, before I joined Cid in his hideaway. At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars of Oriflamme, and was accordingly invited to the palace to supervise the young prince's education, all to ensure that the future emperor had a firm grounding in, well, everything an emperor should. History, religion, commerce, government. Alas, our time together was cut short when Dion left to join the Dragoons, his studies no longer being deemed necessary. I had not expected to meet with him again, least of all here.
Have you spoken with him?
No, I have yet to find the right moment.
I'll bring him by
His
then.
always seems so preoccupied, especially when alone. I would not wish to disturb his ruminations with idle words of greeting. Not when I know he dwells upon the evil Ultima had him commit in the Dominion.
The guilt weighs heavily on him, I know. But as you say, that was Ultima's doing. Surely you can't blame yourself.
When I first met him, it was not guilt, but his people's expectations that weighed heavily upon him. And I did nothing to ease that burden. He bore it alone, until the day he could not bear it any longer. It is one of my greatest regrets that I only ever offered him my wisdom, when what he truly needed was friendship. The blame for Dion's transgressions lies not only on his shoulders, but on mine.
I see. I'm ready to help you in any way that I can.
Then I beg that you bring me a wild wyvern tail. Apothecaries across the ages agree that even to glimpse such a flower is to be granted inner solace. Fabulists and fraudsters all, of course. But there is oft a seed of truth to be found where even the most outlandish opinions align.
Well, it can't hurt to try. Where can I find this flower? And how will I know it?
You have seen cultivated wyvern tails before, I trust. The lily-white blossoms from whose roots the poisonous ink for the brand is distilled. Well, those which grow in the wild differ only in their purple hue. The harsher the environment in which they are raised, the deeper the color. There is a waterfall in Rickmal's roost across the strait, where the flowers once grew in abundance. Whether they still survive there, I know not. But try as I might, I can find no likelier location.
It's all right. I'll find you a wyvern tail one way or another.
Thank you, Clive. And please, be safe.
I'm gonna go see. I don't remember if the hunt board only turns that when there's hunts available or specifically when a new one becomes. I think it's when a new one. In which case, as soon as I handed in that previous quest, the hunt board lit up. Don't worry, Harpocrates. You and Dion will have your peace. Oh, still doing side quests. Okay, a new one did open up. They're all A ranks. That one's in Waloed. Pertinence, Cape, Garnick. Okay. I think those are all up here. This should be the gate. Yeah. Garnick, I thought was... and Cape OCA. And then Garnick's in the other location. Okay. I should have to walk through Northreach to get to both of them, but that's fine. Get these two A ranks out of the way.
And now might I help the garrison?
And where's the other thing? Not here. Of all the places I would expect them to have them send me for a wyvern's tail, would have been here, but... Twould appear not.
Those things didn't fight like men.
Yeah, given that I actually have all of the rewards for bounties, for all the commendations, I'm feeling pretty good. There sure were a lot of them. And also, there's still probably chronoliths for me to find. I don't know where. At the very least, there's one somewhere in Waloed. But there's probably one for every one of them except for Ifrit, I'd imagine. Ah, there he is.
Be safe.
I hate these things. Oh, he's gonna double swing there, huh? Oh, it was not off cooldown yet, unfortunately. Effective. Wait, that guy from Valdez, did you just compare that to Absolute Virtue?
Let's go. Run like the wind.
The first two bosses. Oh, kind of. I forgot about those two. Yeah, the O and the O and E guy. No. I don't remember their actual names.
Someone's brave.
Yeah, and I think I have the Dark Steel and the Orichalcum now to make the sword. Yeah, it's Owain, and I don't remember the other one's name. Art Owain, not Urton Owain. I was like, one begins with a vowel. Well, they both begin with vowels. I gotta buy more tonics.
Straight home now.
Oh, I could have picked up that teleport ages ago. I expected you to be a Kashyyyk.
You're the outlaw! The one who throws his highness to madness! On your knees!
He hasn't heard. He doesn't look like he's willing to listen.
Only your death will serve! Waken wind!
I need you to get out of the air there, pal. Oh my god, that last hit. I'm not gonna take any chances with that one. Right, because that's new. It has to get added to the map. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to follow that. Hoping to send him through it the first time. One sec. One sec.
Damn it. Theon would have been glad to have you back at his side.
Well, he won't be now, because he's dead. And then Garrick. Ah, Garnick. Sorry. I swear I'm almost done with them. So close. Don't mind me, just going around. I'll make the sword when I actually get back.
No need to ride from here.
Oh, wow. It's a frickin' wind elemental. It's been ages since I fought one of these.
Harmon's madness lives on.
Oh, that's probably gonna not slow time enough. Yeah, I'm gonna break out of that. Got a little greedy there. I think that means that's the last hunt. Clear the hunt board. At least I get confirmation now.
Rest in peace.
Hell of a lot closer than I was a few hours ago. You can fucking say that again. I have all of the commendation rewards. I have all the hunt rewards. Man, it's been so long since I fought one of those. Unfortunately for that monster, I played the demo about 8 billion fucking times. Ultima's still like, Mythos! Mythos! It's getting late! I'm pretty sure one of the trophies is Final Fantasy mode. So I don't think it's possible to do in one playthrough.
Good girl.
Seems this place has been flooded twice over. Purple flowers blooming next to a waterfall. Shouldn't be too hard to find. Thanks, Gal.
I was 11 levels over that mob.
Here they are.
That was the only way it could have ended. Alright, let me go. Hey, Dion, what's up? It's not dead until I say it's dead, even if it's dead.
So what do I owe the honor? Not saying Fordian, do you?
There it is.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Craft the legendary sword Gatrodamong.
And?
Very strong sword. I gotta pee so bad.
Oarsman, I found the flowers you were looking for.
You did?
I think I did.
I'll give you the review right now. Buy it. Don't have a PS5? Get one. Can't afford one? Buy it in a year.
You did indeed. My dear boy, thank you.
You wanted to make Dion a gift of one, did you not? Shall I invite him to join us?
Oh, I don't...
It's no trouble. I'll go and fetch him.
Yeah, he's right outside anyway. Man, you know, I was gonna make a joke. I was gonna be like, yeah, I'll go get Dion. Dion is nuts. And then I remembered that Dion would like that. And now the joke makes even more sense.
Your Highness, would you do me the honor of accompanying me?
No. It is time, then.
No. Only to the shelves. Our lawsman has something he'd like to give you.
Master Harpocrates. No. I dare not show my face before him. Not after everything I have done.
You're coming with me, Dion.
I have taken countless innocent lives. And ruined countless more.
No, you're coming with me.
Because I was weak. I have sworn to atone for my crimes or die in the attempt. But were I to meet with him again, and see in his eyes what I have become, I fear that my resolve might falter.
Then that is all the more reason to do it. Test your resolve. Prove to yourself and to him how strong it truly is.
You are right. I must, at the very least, offer him my gratitude. Very well, then. Take me to him.
Follow me.
Well, he did say atone or die. He at least left the whole living to atone thing as an option. Just, he's not gonna shy away from option number 2 either.
Even now, I hesitate to approach him. What must he think of me?
You'd be surprised.
Master Harpocrates, pray, accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines of the palace. And I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Lift up your head, Your Highness. The deeds of youth require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now, there is something I would like to show you.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environments in which they grow lends them this striking hue. Their roots are indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower, I see you, Your Highness. Its roots were the roots of a wyvern tail, with all that implies. But they do not define it, just as yours do not define you. I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
Master Harpocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm, for only then shall I be deserving of it.
As you wish, Your Highness. I shall await your return.
Our roots do not define us. No wonder my stepmother didn't like him.
Don't worry, nobody likes her.
For reuniting me with memories I had thought long lost. I shall not forget this.
Thank you, Clive. Were it not for you, I fear I might never have found the right moment to speak with him. Not to mention the wyvern tales. I shall plant their seeds, that I might not disappoint His Highness upon his return.
I hope the soil in the hideaway is to their liking.
Why, these flowers bloomed in the bleak, black wastes of Waloed. I'm sure Nigel's yard will suit them to a T. When it comes to expressing one's gratitude, I find that words are seldom sufficient. Here.
What's this?
A stolas quill. or more precisely, my Stolar's quill. 'Tis said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wishes it hears over its long lifetime. All those words just waiting to pour out onto the page. So consider this my wish for you. That one day you may put down your sword and pick up that pen.
Well, when that day comes, I'll certainly have a lot to write about. Thank you, Harpocrates. It shall have pride of place in my chamber.
Gigaflare cooldown. Not really overly concerned about the cooldown. Alright. Looks like everything's all set. There's one thing I want to go check. And I gotta pee before the final sequence. So I'm still missing a couple. Missing something between those two. Yeah, I have the new sword. These real quick. Yep, we got all the hunts done. Okay, let me go pee real quick, and then I'm finally gonna beat this fucking game. After all those hunts and side quests, we're finally gonna do it, like 5 hours later. Sellout mode is just where I tell you to subscribe to the channel. Or I shill out for whatever sponsorship I'm currently doing. Which, outside of my usual Steel Series stuff, I don't have anything going on for that at the moment. Alright, let me stock up.
Let me tell you a story, Clive.
Okay, tell me a story.
Right. Them rumours Wetlegs were spreading. Might be they weren't just tales plucked out of thin air.
They're just old.
You see, there were a time when I weren't too particular about who I sold steel to.
Sir Bean, thanks for the 12 months.
Right price.
See? Like that.
Some women lust after blood.
See that Prime
others
sub?
after flesh, but me...
It's almost as if I did a sellout mode.
And to satisfy that lust, I sold to opposing armies, stabbed my every client in the back, made myself the most hated woman in the
Mushroom
twins.
cereal, what?
But then one day I met a man who made me a different kind of offer. Said he'd give me access to a realm-wide community of like-minded individuals in constant need of steel and sundries. On the condition I sold to him and his alone.
Was that the first time you met Sid?
Aye. And I fell right into his damn trap. He was true to his word, so I ended up being true to mine. And I soon started making the best profits I've seen since taking up the trade. And all without aiding or abetting any outlaws. Except Sid himself, that is. Told me about his plan to topple the mother
mushrooms.
crystals,
Oh,
know.
is that what you meant? Is that
Said
mushrooms?
that with them gone, the realm would want for all manner of things. An opportunity for the likes of me to mint Gil. Why, I reckon an enterprising individual could find herself the richest dam in the twins.
I like her impression of Sid.
I emptied my stores that day and moved into the Hideaway proper. And the rest, as they say, is ancient bloody history. A dozen years on, and I'm still not the richest dam. Not for lack of trying, mind. But I can say that I have never been happier. You've all shown me there are some things more precious than Gil.
That there are.
So don't you go messing it all up. Or you'll have me to answer to. Aye, it's a dangerous world out there.
Alright.
You'll not find a better price than that.
Might as well stock all the way
Better
up.
I'll be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know. Finished, are you?
What can I get you, Sid? As if setting our people free wasn't enough. Good news, everyone. The casks have been liberated.
I didn't even know you could do
Here's
that.
to Sid. Don't be a stranger, Sid.
If there's anything special you fancy supping on before you go, I'd be glad to make it for you, as long as it's brown.
He's here, I tell you. Sid! Look what the curse breakers brought back from Dalmekia. Said they were all
Oh.
the rage in Dalamil.
I know these
It's funny
things.
if you
We
ask
did a
me.
quest for these.
I'll be damned.
Have you had one before?
Something smells good. What are we having?
I want to eat one of those.
Plums. And they are good. You should try one.
That was one of the happier side quests.
The bloody great hole in it. Who ate the rest?
It's supposed to be hollow, silly. Haven't you ever seen Drake's Fang?
That is a good callback. It's just a, it's like a filling stuffed bread.
What can I do for my favorite nephew? Do you know what? 'Twas not.
All right. These little dial. I just want to
Your
see if
mother.
anything else triggers from like
But
doing.
above all, and so you see,
Sorry, I saw something pop up.
huh?
Thank you, Uncle.
As for down here,
Indeed.
we'll be fine, Clive.
See, now I'm worried that if I don't do all the conversations, I'm gonna miss something too. I already saved.
What will it be today?
Allow me to educate you.
Very good.
Clive.
Truth, alas.
I do
Well,
see
you missed a lot, but you didn't miss the end. Alright, I think it's time. I already have all my items.